What's up? What's up? I don't know who's here yet. I haven't looked at the chat. Or I have, but I don't see anybody talking. Waiting for folks to come in. Let me know if you can hear me. No. Come on, bro. Loud and clear, let's go. Just playing a little bit of Apex to start things off. It's extremely hot in here. Not my fault though. What's up, Drew? Fudge cake? I missed every shot. This game is so fun, dude. What's up, people know? Ah. Even though it's been a while, congrats. Thank you. We actually just celebrated 2 months being engaged yesterday. It happened on the 2nd, but you know, we had to plan things out. But thank you for that. I've been thinking a lot about the move. The move to another land. Switch. Bro. What's up, Sonic? Sonic Hypnosis? I like that name a lot. Oh, we gonna get it. We gonna get somebody. Right there. Who is that? Who is that? Oh, shoot. I gotta clap somebody, you know? With the Kraber. Kraber! Kobe! Ah, come on, dude. I'm not the greatest with this gun. What's up, Roski, is it? Riz is here too. Pablo's here. You last reacted to my song, My Life is Pain. I do remember the name, the SYB at least. I try to remember some aspect of everybody's name. How you guys doing? How you feeling? How's the weekend going? I just need one Kraber, man. Got him. Got him. No. Bro, it's so hot in here. You're toast. I'm literally sweating bullets. Okay, just want a game. Just want a game. My gosh, it's hot, bro. Let's get this on. That's why I don't have my beanie on. So whoever my neighbors are, they turn the heat up to 950,000 degrees every winter, and I sweat out my clothes in a matter of minutes. It's not fun, ever, at all. I made a TikTok about it and then I didn't post it because I was shirtless. Literally, I wasn't even just shirtless. I had my pants off too. I'm like, bro, this is how hot it gets in my studio when people turn on the AC, because I have 2 blowers. There's a heat blower right there that blows on the back of my neck, and there's one at the door. And I'm just being toasted. I'm being cooked alive. One time I had to write a note and be like, can you please stop turning the heater up to 100 degrees? Because it was literally at 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Because the last time they did that, it toasted the insides of my Mac, ruined my RAM. I had to pay $500 to get it replaced, and I was out of a computer for 2 months because I didn't know what the problem was. So I wrote a note a couple months ago. It's like, can you please stop turning this up to 100 and whatever degrees, because my livelihood is being cooked and I need to provide for my family and my future family. Thank you. And now it's like, okay, it's not 100 degrees, but they're still gonna turn it up and cook me in it. It's wonderful, wonderful stuff. Come on, spring, please. It is literally snowing in Southern California. Literally snowing. If you guys haven't heard or haven't seen in the news, or you're not around this part of town, it is snowing in LA, parts of San Diego. And I'm not talking about just the mountains, even though the mountains and like Lake Arrowhead and all that stuff, they're going through some really tough times right now with the snow. People being, buried and cut off from society and stuff because there's no support. They just now started getting the National Guard up there. But there's like literal just regular areas, like Disneyland had snow. LA had snow, Fresno. I think the Bay Area might have. We just had hail in my part of San Diego. It's a lot of hail. And it's hot as hail in here. Man, oh man. Hey, Kelly. It's been 77 one day, the next day 55 here in North Carolina. That's nuts. Same here. Like there was one day where it was like, not in my part of the California, but on the I-5 coming from Vegas to LA, the Grapevine, they had, or maybe the 15, but there's this stretch of highway called the Grapevine that everybody knows about, and always sunny, you know, never, you know, you might get some rain, whatever, but that's like once a year, twice a year. But it was literally a whiteout blizzard. Like they shut down the whole thing because you couldn't see a few feet ahead of you. So they had to shut it all down. I'm like, in California? But you know, the funny thing is, because it's cold weather, people are going to be like, look at this snow. Yeah, global warming sure exists. Where's that global warming you're talking about? It doesn't look warm to me. Do you know what global warming is? It's not just warm stuff. That's why we have to change the name. We have to change the name of global warming to something else. Or there's already other names, like just extreme climates or climate change. But they always default to global warming. Yeah, it's not warm over here. Ha ha ha. Bro, it's extreme temperatures, okay? Extreme drastic changes in temperature, not just getting hot. It's cold and hot, okay? For anybody out there who don't believe in it, it never does this in Southern California. But look what's happening. We're ruining the planet. We're all doomed. That's how, honestly, I've been feeling the past week. Just a sense of doom. Normally, and it has been getting to me, but normally it would like really get to me. But now it's just like, well, if we're doomed, we're doomed. What can I do about it? You know, I can recycle this bottle, and I can, you know, I started getting paper bags instead of plastic bags. You know, doing the little bits that I can, because realistically, we're in a society, we're so like entrenched in a lot of the things that contribute to global warming at this point, and it's hard, it's near impossible to retract. However, there are things that we can do, you know, within our power. We don't have to go the super extreme, like zero waste, which kudos to people who can do that. I don't have the patience for it. Not yet, anyway. Maybe when I get older. I'm just being honest. Let's see. How's your mental health journey going? Sorry, that was loud. It's funny you ask. It's funny you ask. Let's just get this off. So, I'm going to make a video about this. I wanted to make a video this past week about it, but I've been on some new medication. I just started some medication a week and a half ago. What's the medication for? I'm going to talk about it in a video. Because I want to redo my channel trailer where I reintroduce myself, because I feel like even I'm relearning who I am as an adult, as a musician, as a guy, you know. But yeah, in that video I'll probably say this as well, because, you know, I do want to start talking about it more on this channel. I want my channel to be, and I'm going to get to it, but I do want my channel to be about music, creativity, and mental health. I want to get past just teaching people, and I've already been doing this, but I keep saying it. I want to step beyond just music education and step into like taking care of yourself or being more creative, because I'm an all-around creative, so I want my content to reflect that. But anyway, so in this video I will say this, but I'll tell you guys now, because you're always here for me in the live streams, and I enjoy conversing and being, you know, completely candid here. I need to get the screen brighter. There we go. But so last Wednesday, I saw a psychiatrist for the first time. I've been speaking, you guys know I've been speaking to a therapist for about 5 or 6 months. But for the first time, I saw a psychiatrist because we felt like, okay, it's time for the next step, see what their opinion is, and we know what my therapist thought. So I'm just conversing with the psychiatrist, telling her about, all the things that I've experienced over my life and how I've responded to these things, the ups and downs, the roller coasters, the highs and lows, the crying, the extreme, like, laughing and having a great time and feeling super productive and making an album in 6 weeks, which I did not do, but I wanted to. I'm like, yeah, I want to do this. And just in that first meeting, she goes, well, she asked me first. She's like, what do you think you have? And I was like, well, after speaking to my therapist, and kind of explaining everything to you and studying the background of mental health and these different things that we think we might have, or that I think I might have, we've been leaning towards bipolar. And then she goes, yeah. So she told me, and my therapist told me, bipolar disorder type 2. That's been the diagnosis, which is strange. It's always strange to say it out loud. It's even strange for me to think it on my own, like at the house, or the car ride home after I went to get my medication the same day. Because first I was excited. I'm like, yes, I'm relieved. I finally know what's going on. I know that there's stuff that's kind of beyond my physical control. Because bipolar disorder it's a mood disorder. So it's a disorder that happens in the brain. It's brain chemistry. So it's not something that you can just feel better. It doesn't work like that. Or just calm down. Doesn't work like that. You can do what you can to an extent, but there's always going to be that part that you can't control because your brain chemistry is off. It's imbalanced. And so just that alone was kind of weird. Driving home with the meds, I picked up the meds. First I was excited, but then when I had it in my hand, I'm looking at it, and I thought about Kanye. I always think about Kanye because he's been diagnosed with bipolar, and I always relate to Kanye even before this. I thought about him and all the stuff he's gone through, and I'm like, dang, dude, like, who am I? I literally asked myself out loud, who am I? What is this? What's going on, dude? Taking meds to make me feel normal? And in that moment, I just started like, not breaking down, but I held it in. And then that night I watched Selena Gomez, Apple TV, what is it called? Myself and Me, or something like that. It's her documentary about her bipolar disorder. And a lot of the stuff in there I could relate to, the irritability that, I've shown even on the stream sometimes. Who is this? I don't know who this is. I'm kind of scared to open it. No.
I got the one.
Yeah, I just got that one.
Nothing else?
No.
All right.
No panicking, just my dad. That's another thing. Okay, so where was I? So I watched her documentary, and I saw a lot of things that I could relate to, and that I thought were normal. That I don't know, because there would be times where I'd be talking to some friends, and then they would kind of look at me like, "Dang, like what's this attitude? Like, why'd you say it like that?" And I'm like, "Huh? I thought I was just talking normal, you know?" And the same thing happened to her in the documentary, and I'm like, "Bro, this is like a thing. It happens, and we don't notice." And I think that's happened on stream too, where I've snapped at some people. sometimes it was a very angry snap because like they say some stupid stuff, so you know it's warranted. But other times I feel like people were just genuinely asking a question, and I would be like, boom, what are you talking about? Blah, blah. And then people are like, whoa, buddy, slow down. But I would think it's totally like warranted, and it's not. So that moment when I saw her going through the same thing, and also thinking about Kanye, I just kind of broke down in my bed, and I was just like, I was crying. I was crying. You know, I'm no stranger to crying. You guys know I cry. Yeah. It's just been it's been weird. It's been weird, and it's especially been weird being on the medication because I'm taking lithium, which is like I got a pack of batteries over here. It's got lithium in it, so I'm like a supercharged. I'm just kidding, you know, but it is lithium. And it's a mood stabilizer. And there's some times where I just feel totally like emotionless. Like I'm just kind of like if you were to talk to me, it's like talking to, or like watching paint dry, you know? And I feel it. I'm like, I should be reacting to this, what they're saying right now in some way, or I should be laughing at this joke because I would normally find it funny. And I do find it funny right now, but for some reason, I just can't laugh. It's just like, oh, haha, like. So it's been weird. It's been very weird. And we're just kind of seeing how things go. The side effects are bonkers. I have to pee like every 15 minutes, every 30 minutes. TMI, but sorry. That's the biggest side effect I've had. And they say that's supposed to go away after about 2 weeks. And then I had headaches, not really bad headaches, but they were just like going on and on and on, and they would not leave me. It was just like this minor headache. And I'm like, it doesn't hurt that much, but it hurts enough and long enough to where it's like, it's very annoying. So that's been an adjustment. Just kind of feeling the mood stabilize. It's literally, my mood is stabilized for the most part. There's sometimes I still feel irritable. So I think maybe as we up the dose, which I did on Wednesday, not by my own self, I was told to do this. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, bipolar type 2 disorder. I'm just like your boy Kanye, man. As much as I talk about that guy and appreciate him, I never thought. I knew all this stuff existed. I believe in mental health, and I believe in, you know, looking after yourself and all these things. But I never thought that I would be the one of the ones to have to take a medication to stabilize myself. And I don't mean stabilize as in like I'm going crazy and, you know, all that, but just like the depression was super low. And then when I was high, I would be like, not high like, you know, doing drugs, but like high mood. I would be in here and I would have a task that I would want to get done, but as I'm like editing, I'd be like, oh, but I have to do this and start doing this, and oh, let me make a beat real quick, and I would just boom, 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 be doing stuff, but as a result, like nothing would get done because I'm just spread 50 million different ways. So, yeah, that's what it is, and because there were a few people in the videos where I kind of first talked about it. I did a video talking about like my worst fear in the studio or something like that, and I took a bipolar like quiz, like, are you bipolar? Just because I felt, and this was after me having already spoke to my therapist for about 3 months. I took the quiz because I'm like, this feels overly elevated. I feel too elevated, too like up. What's going on? So I took the test, and like it said severe mania, you know, and that was just like, okay, we might definitely be onto something. And of course you share that with your therapist, and they say like, okay, I mean, it does seem like it's a mood disorder, man. And the funny thing is, even after like the moment I got diagnosed, I felt bad for the psychiatrist, because I'm like, no, there's no way I'm probably like making this up, you know, I'm probably acting like, I feel bad, you know, she's telling me I have this disorder. I don't have this thing. Like, there's no way, you know. It wasn't like it was kind of like I'm in denial, but it was more so that I thought It was like imposter syndrome. I thought I was faking the whole thing. I thought I was making it up in my head. You know, you gaslight yourself. And that's something that I've been known to do. Like, bro, you know, but nah, to have two people tell you that, and then for me to do my own research, it's confirmed. So, yeah, it's a relief, but it's like also a heavy. I explained it to Kelly like this. It's a relief, but it's a heavy load. And that makes no sense because, like, you think of a relief that's like weight lifted off your shoulders, but it feels like the weight's been lifted up, but I'm still holding it at the same time. Because now it's like, now that I know, I have to take care of it by way of medication and, you know, CBT or whatever. Maybe I think the reason why before I was thinking it was like borderline personality disorder, which is similar to bipolar, but it's not a mood disorder. It's not like the brain. It's just like your personality. Because I was like, maybe if I have this thing, it means I can be in control. I can just learn, you know, the coping techniques, and boom, I'm in control of it. I can change by myself. I don't need meds. I think that's probably why I was so stuck. Because for a long time, I was trying to tell my therapist, like, no, I think I have BPD, man. I don't think it's bipolar. And there's such a stigma around both. I was trying to get control in some way, but, you know, some things you just don't have the control of. You have to supplement it with something. It's like if I have a broken leg, I'm not going to be like, I'll just let it heal on its own. Or, you know, if someone has like a growth, they're not going to just be like, yeah, we'll just, I can just eat better and it'll go away. Like, no, you got to go get chemo, or you got to go take whatever you got to take, get surgery, something, you know. Don't be stupid. It's out of your control, but that's why you find out that you have these things so that you can do the things to control it. So let me move this chat over here. I need to put the stuff on screen, but I'm not going to do that yet. Actually, it's been 30 minutes, so not that one. There we go. If you guys want to submit, it's going to be kind of like last week. I'll probably we'll start like right now, 3 hours from now, maybe no, 2.5 to 3 hours. Okay. Because it's so hot in here, I can't imagine myself wanting to subject myself to this heat. So let me read the chat. Sorry, I just had to get it out. I was thinking about Juice WRLD when I get access to drugs and then I end up flushing them down. I mean, if it's that kind of stuff, like some of that stuff, man, you don't want to take, because it can literally induce certain, like, psychosis or hypomania or mania, you know. That's another thing. I haven't vaped in just about a month, I would say. And this was prior to my diagnosis because of that thing. I didn't speak about what happened at my house, and I'm not going to because I don't like talking about it. But yeah, that thing that I went through, or that I experienced, kind of after I would vape to like calm down, it would just send me into a, you know, a panic mode, like I won't say I was seeing things, but it was definitely like every sound or every sight, it was just like, you know, I'm like, oh, you know, some PTSD type stuff. So I had to stop taking it because it was just messing with my brain, and I needed to get to a place to where I felt comfortable enough, you know. But even then, I don't. It might be some time before I get back on the greenery. I do miss it though. I'm not gonna lie. Stuff was, it didn't help my creativity, but it definitely introduced something different. made me think in different ways, and it's just like drinking. It's kind of a fun feeling, you know. I haven't drank also in a while, and I've barely even had this, which is the nicotine stuff, 2%. I've had maybe like 2 puffs of this in the last 2 or 3 weeks. I just want to do everything that I can to be all that you can be, to be like, you know, good. I don't want to be the reason why I go into another hypomanic state or a depressive state. I don't want to be like, since I know now what I have to be more responsible. Not that I wasn't before, but you know, it sucks though. This thing right here, by the way, is hydration. I have to drink a lot of water because lithium depletes your sodium levels. And when you're taking lithium, not that you guys care about this, but when you're taking lithium, there's a risk of toxicity that can make you go blind. That can put you in a coma. Because your lithium levels are too high, your sodium's too low. So I have to stay hydrated at all times. I've been buying these like hydration drinks, the right ones with electrolytes. We don't drink that Prime around here. Sorry. Unless you want to sponsor me, then maybe I'll think about it. And you make a version that actually tastes good. Shout out KSI. But yeah, so I'm staying hydrated and stuff like that. Oh man, adjustments. You got to make adjustments, changes. But as I said before, anything not changing is dead. So, yeah. Let me catch up on I cry too when I'm alone. I cry in front of people when I'm alone. I cry all the time. It is normal. And you don't have to cry in front of people. I'm just saying that I like for people to see my, what's that word? Authenticity, but like my vulnerability, because humans should be vulnerable. I had ADD pills like that before. You feel focused but not yourself. Yeah, like I haven't taken any of that. And I'm told that once this stuff like settles in, it takes like 1 to 3 weeks for my medication to like really settle in, that I'm gonna feel motivated and streamlined, and like I can say I have definitely been waking up and without a problem. Like I've been going to sleep without a problem. There have been a couple days where I had nightmares and I woke up in like a cold sweat. That was not fun at all. But those were like just 2 days. Just 2 days I had those nightmares. But yeah, it's all adjustments. I have huge anxiety, bro. When I'm asked to do something that involves people watching and listening to me, I just start shaking and stuttering. That's how I used to be as a kid. When my mom used to ask me and my twin brother to read verses in Sunday school. I remember one time she gave us a book and I just busted out in tears. I don't want to do this. I hated it. I was so like anxious about all that stuff. But look at me now. Look at me now. Weed is a hell. All mental health related to a weed withdrawal symptoms. No, I don't agree with that. That's not true at all. Everybody that has mental health related issues, or wait, what are you trying to say? All mental health. If you're trying to say all mental health is related to weed withdrawal symptoms, that's not true, because not everybody smokes weed that has mental health issues. And I was having these issues before I started vaping. I only started vaping because I was having these issues, the highs and lows. I was crying in here. When this computer broke down, this is what started it all. I made a video on my studio reset. I'm like, why I regret building a studio. That video was like when I first started vaping back in June 2021. It was as a result of this computer going down, my laptop going down. I had nothing to do with my work. My screens were breaking. I was depressed. I was stressed. I wasn't making as much money as I wanted to. Clients were stressing me out. and everything just felt like a giant roller coaster up and down. This is long before I had any puff of anything. So no, that's not, it can cause some things, but that's not entirely true. It can, and like SIM card said, it can help some people to chill out, but it depends on each person. Each person has a different reaction. When I first started taking it, after I was stressed out, I would indeed calm down. I would chill out. But now that I've had things that happen to me, not to me, but like around me, it kind of triggers psychosis. And psychosis isn't what you guys probably think it is. It's just like you have delusions, which is like, oh, is somebody following me kind of thing, or you might have hallucinations, which is like maybe you hear a bump. And that's happened in here a few times on stream, which is kind of embarrassing, but you know. But yeah, it just depends on the person. Exactly. We're gonna hear that pressure today, bro. Awesome. Hey, yeah, I'm down. I'm down, Riz. That be what's up. Actually did a song with Riz, and I'm actually glad he asked me to do it, because it's a really dope song. And the release date, what was it, March 12th? It does depend on the person. Submit a song. I feature an alert 5 rappers from 3 different countries: Nigeria, South Africa, and the USA. That's nice. All major low-key talented artists are trapped in a weed. No, they're not. Not everybody. Stop saying all. You have to stop saying all. No, it's not all. It's not all. Don't generalize. We don't generalize on this channel. When I get the cravings to drink, when I get bored, I just eat really, really spicy food, like Reaper pepper. Yikes, I can't do that. My GF has BPD. I've been through episodes before. Dang. Yeah. That's another one that's no joke. I mean, I can relate to a lot of the stuff that people with BPD have or experience, because I do and have had a crippling fear of abandonment, being abandoned by my subscribers, my girlfriends, in the past. I say S because it's been all the girlfriends I've had. I don't mean multiple at the time, okay? Being abandoned by sponsors who like might not like me anymore. Like, I've had these thoughts all the time. So that's also why I thought I had BPD. But some people can have borderline tendencies, and other people can have full-blown borderline. What is this? I don't know. What did you click on? That's what it is. This is depressing? Well, get the F out of here then. Deuces. Bye. You don't have to stay around. If it's depressing, leave. You have control, my friend. I don't like people like that. I don't know if you're joking or not. I don't like people like that. I'm just going to say it. At least he quoted a Ryan Leslie song. I'll give you kudos for that, but I will not give you kudos for everything else he said. It's dismissive, and I hate dismissive stuff. I won't say people because that's rude. I don't hate people. But I hate when people dismiss things. Don't do that, because you will get blocked forever. Just remind your teenage creative mind, sober is a best high. I would say love is the best high. I just vape for my oral fixation. If I'm not chewing on something, I stress eat. You know, like, if I don't eat, I get anxiety, so I vape really low nicotine. Yeah, that's what this is. This actually has helped me to kind of tone down my vaping, because I was kind of like a transitional period where, excuse me, I was still vaping, and then I was doing this at the same time, but I was like slowly doing less and less of the weed and more of this. And then as a result, it just got to this, and then I started doing less of this. I told you guys, I have control. Like, I remember a couple weeks ago, John was like, hey, you gotta chill out, man. But I'm like, I have control of myself in this vein. I'm not an addictive person when it comes to these things. I will say I probably, when I'm depressed, I probably do have a problem with drinking. Not probably. I know I have a problem with drinking when I'm depressed. That's been my big thing. Because when I talked to my psychiatrist, he asked me about if I abused any drugs or any, substance. And I'm like, oh, no drugs, but like alcohol, you know? And she's like, oh, well, when did this happen? And I was like, well, every time I've traveled, which has been every time that I've been broken up with, or every time that I've gone to see somebody that I was dating internationally. And usually those people left me really depressed, or there's those experiences. And so I would just drink and drink and drink. I have a video about this, a couple videos about that actually. Not me talking about the drinking, but it shows me drinking a lot. And looking back, I realized, dang, you were depressed. It was some fun days, I'm not gonna lie, but the day after of those days was terrible. A good vacation away from what trouble? Everything is not everybody. Choose carefully. I stress God, he will guide you. Exactly. I do want to take like a staycation or a vacation somewhere. I was just talking about that yesterday. Running on the stress, working out regularly at the gym, having a clean, healthy diet, spiritual balance gives me the high I need to be creative and positive. That's what's up. You got to find what's working for you. Gavin, I'm excited for your song. Nice to see you here, man. Be on the lookout for Potter's Hands. Is that the name of the song? I would assume. Oh, you said running on the streets, working out regularly at the gym. The thing is, like, I hate the gym, man, and I have a bit of like, what would you call it? Just some sour taste because of past relationships, and I was told, oh, if I'm not at the gym, then I'm not a man, or I don't look good, and all this stuff. That's why I hate the gym. And also, the last time I went to a gym, which was after that breakup, the dude there who was like guiding me, or the coach or whatever, wouldn't listen to me when I told him I was having an asthma attack. No, man, stop. Like, he just thought I was being like a baby and all that stuff. I'm literally having an asthma attack, and my heart was beating like 180 beats per minute. Literally. And he's just thinking, oh, you just suck it up. Bro, if I die here, you're paying for my funeral. And the house for a new house for my family, okay? I don't kid around when it comes to that stuff. So that's why I don't like the gym. And I know I don't have to have like a coach or anything, but it's just like, gyms just, yeah. I would rather do like something relaxing. Like, I like to walk. And enjoy the scenery. Yeah. Emailed you a song sample, soon you see me featured with Drake. Really? Does Drake know this? Vape is safe in many ways. In some ways. I mean, it's not the safest. Issues I had with the puff bars, the vape. Looks like you have. They're too high nicotine for me, and it's the habit of the inhale, so I hit mine really often. If you were on this stream, Viki, you'd know the answer to that question. The latter, no. But I have had some shiitake. Perhaps. Which actually is another thing that I'm so glad some places are looking into it and studying more about it. That helps a lot of people come out of depression, and not just like treats the symptom, but it literally eliminates depression, or eliminates their down feeling for some people, because it allows people to go in their mind and go to the root cause of what's having them to like feel this way, and they can tackle it in their whatever kind of thing that they visualize. And it allows people to confront themselves mentally and say, this is the problem. It might take some sessions, but I've watched there's a few documentaries on Netflix about it, and also on YouTube. Very, very highly recommend those, because, man, it's a natural thing. It grows in the ground. It grows out of the dirt. I mean, you got to have the right stuff, but if it's a naturally occurring plant, and it helps people to come out of such a low state forever. It cures it. It doesn't just treat it, it cures it. Why are we not looking into that? We all know the answer why, because people don't, in America anyway, people don't want to cure you. They just want to treat your symptoms so that you keep coming back and keep paying money for this drug that's only going to treat your symptoms. There's no money in a cure, right? Everything's about greed here and taking advantage of people. I hope you guys know that. Unfortunately. Just submit a song using speedrun inside machine as a sampler. It looks just like machine kind. It's easier to build kits inside, man. Just please check it out. What is speed drum? Never heard of it. All that stuff you're saying, Key? No. Chill out. I haven't touched any of that except for the stuff you put on your pizza. I like it more than built-in machine sampler. It's easier. I gotta see what it looks like. I got asthma too. I love it because it shows me that I'm pushing myself in sports. Well, kudos to you. I hate having asthma because I want to push myself, but that's another reason why I can't really do too much high intensity stuff, because I start to have issues with my breathing. Whether that's lifting, it's been with lifting weights, like doing high intensity, like, you know, walking and all that stuff, or like having the barbell and doing the squats, or just flat out running. I can't do that for too long because I'll end up having trouble breathing. And that's why I hate it. Emailed me a beat. Okay. Sent a song called No Coasters. Hopefully you enjoy it. Keep up the good work, bro. Sorry you're dealing with those issues, but I'm glad you're getting a handle on it. Peace and prosperity to you. Thank you so much for that. I watch a lot of Andrew Shelps, or is it Schleps? I think I know exactly who you're talking about. The dude with the curly hair? Rick Rubin interviews. Rick Rubin, I like his mind frame. People like, oh, what does he do? He doesn't even play an instrument or make beats. And he doesn't have to. One thing I talk about on this channel a lot is how music is a feeling. It should start with a feeling. Like, if people don't feel your stuff, then you shouldn't be making music. Rick Rubin always talks about how music makes him feel. So this is how he knows somebody's going to be big or a song's going to be good or whatever. It's what he feels. And people pay him to hear what he feels, which is, I think that's pretty dope. And how can you say you don't know what you're talking about when all he's talking about is how he feels? Of course he knows what he's talking about. Just people trust his emotion, his opinion. And that's kind of where I want to be. I want to be at a point to where people trust me for how I feel about their music, or how I feel would make their music better. And why I want to teach more so from a standpoint of feeling what you create instead of just all the technical stuff. How do you feel when you're around people? I feel fine. It depends on the people, though. It depends on the people. If it's people I don't know, and it also depends on the setting. Like, if I'm going to get my oil changed, I feel fine around those people because they're just doing their job and getting my oil changed. If I'm at a show or something like that and I don't know a bunch of people and it's crowded, right now I probably feel a little bit anxious, just because it's a big group and I'm like, I don't know all these people and I'm in such close proximity. Can I trust them? That's my thing right now. Whereas 3 years ago, that would have been no issue. I've gone to shows. I've been hammered at shows around people I don't know. I've stayed in hostels with people I don't know all over the world. It's fine. But now it's like that thing in the back of my head, like, oh, can you trust them? Which I don't like, but you know, the brain is gonna brain. You hear that psychoactive drugs are now being explored? Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Like with mushrooms, for instance, psilocybin. They're testing that stuff, but yeah, unfortunately, if we don't get a handle on that, people are going to charge up the wazoo for it. Doesn't depression sometimes help you to express your creative side? Yeah, absolutely. Being sad, feeling anything can help you express your creative side. When I'm depressed, I've written about how sad I feel, and like a lot of my songs, a lot of my albums entirely have been written from depression or just feeling down, feeling betrayed, you know. But nobody wants to feel that forever. You know, I don't want to write sad songs forever. I want to write happy, upbeat stuff too. So it can help, but like nobody wants to be there forever. It's not fun being depressed. It's fun to create stuff that sounds good from that depression, but then you have to go home after you're done making the song and just feel that stuff. And it's not fun to feel it, you know? Try making Arabic influenced music or Spanish influenced music because it gives you new techniques and helps you learn. I make any kind of music. Whatever I feel inspired to make in whatever session I have, I just go for it. Sometimes I challenge myself. Other times I stick with what I know. And other times I mesh the two. When you're emailing a song from your iPhone and it... Oh, man. Kendrick Lamar AI filter scares me. You talking about the voice one? I know which one you're talking about. Submitted one of my beats, just started doing music. Hopefully you can listen to it. Thank you for doing that. We will check it out in about 5 minutes. I'll start getting into stuff. That's so hot, man. Legend, your videos do teach very good things, though, as I ended up buying Autotune Pro X a few weeks back because of your video. I'll be sure to tell Autotune that. This is why they pay me the big bucks. This is why you see me in all the Autotune advertisements. I love that, man, so much. And I also love when people can trust me with their brand. Brands out there, if you're watching, you can trust me with your brand, as you can see. I've had people tell me that they bought Machine because of me, that they bought Autotune because of me, that they got Lander because of me. Some people with Unison. Some people with the Evo. Like, my views may not be like in the tens and hundreds of thousands yet. They are on my older videos, but that's because it's had time to sit in the algorithm. But I get results, man. I'm just telling y'all now. If you can't pay my rate, it's an automatic no. I'm not settling anymore. I've done it too much. And yeah. It's like sometimes you feel the need to say yes to some of these things because of the opportunity, or because of, you know, you're getting paid something. And of course, like, we need money. I mean, I'm working, I need money. But at the same time, I'm getting to a point to where if I got to be broke, I'm just going to be broke. I'm tired of being shortchanged and people trying to get deals out of me and stuff. I'm over it. I'm so over it. That's why I tweeted, just say no. That's a clarion call to all the people out there who want to be content creators. If you have a price, you have a rate that's reasonable to you, and somebody just like comes in and tries to give you 1% of that or whatever, just say no. Just say no. I want to get rid of this. You know how they say the starving artist or the struggling musician, you know? We got to change that. I'm tired of that being a normality. Tired of it being a normal thing. We got to start getting our worth, or close to, you know? So the thing about change, and I'm just talking to myself at this point, but the thing about change is it's not easy. So there are going to be times where you feel like, dang, it's getting rough out here, man. It's hard out here for a pimp. I'm not a pimp. It's going to be times where it's uncomfortable, man, but for the sake of your future, you got to do it. You got to make the change. And so from now on, I actually have been telling people in my emails that have reached out to me multiple times, their brands have, And I always tell them, here's my rate sheet. And they always go, oh, sorry, we can't accommodate this. And okay, see you next time. And they keep coming back. And I'm like, okay, so you guys reached out to me for the last 6 months multiple times, and I'm going to tell you the same thing. If you can't pay me this rate, I'm sorry. Have a nice day. Go find someone else. I don't invest into all this stuff so that I can be shortchanged. This stuff costs money. I have overhead. I'm probably just, you know what? Is this what? Time to get into some music. Heard your song 360 on repeat all night. It had me so inspired. I love that song too. A lot of people love that song. Definitely got the Evo because of you. See? You see what I mean? That's what's up. I'm using it right now. Also downloaded totally because of you. Once upon a time, I was supposed to be sponsored by them as well, but they never, they reached out to me, and then I replied to them. We had a couple back and forth, but then it just like fizzled out. I don't know what happened. That would have been dope because it would have been like, oh, Joyner Lucas, cool. But yeah, Tully, if you're out there, I'm still open as long as your check is clearing. Studio looks amazing. Thank you. It took me quite some time to amass all this stuff. Quite a few years, actually. I didn't get the studio, though, until 2020, end of 2020. When I was making that COVID money. Man, that was... I don't miss 2020 as a year, but I do miss the money I was making during that year. That was some great money. But yeah, I mean, most people that work with me, they do so because they say it looks very professional, it looks good, and represents their brands well. And this is what you're paying me for, right? But this stuff costs. And I have to remind people sometimes that, you know, I want you to be happy because you do help people out there on your reviews on equipment and music too. If you make millions out of it, even more good. I would love to make millions. I haven't gotten there yet. I would love to make 6 figures. I want to get to that first. I want to have 1 year where I make 6 figures. I haven't gotten there yet. Maybe this year's the year. Who knows? No expectations. I wish Neural DSP and Impact Soundworks would sponsor me only because I love the software, but you're right, dude. Being a starving artist sucks. It does. I actually had this same thought about Lander before Lander reached out to me many years ago. I was like, man, I would love if Lander sponsored me. And a couple years later, they were sponsoring me without me even having to approach them. And we did a couple videos together, even a big campaign with Glow. Which was so fun to do. So you never know, man. Speak it into existence and then do the work, and something's gonna happen. If it's not with the companies you want, it's gonna be somebody, but you got to keep showing up and be persistent. That's all it is. I don't know what the Evo is, but I'll check out the video. Everyone has me very curious. Evo 4 by Audient. It's an audio interface. Hey Javante, what's up, man? Let's go ahead and go here. I'd be trying to like communicate, like it's another reason why I want to be compensated well or fairly, what I feel is fair for my work, is because it's hard to be inspired when you're being lowballed. It's very, I'm not gonna lie, it's very hard to be excited about working when you know you're not making as much as you charge. And yes, I did, you agreed to these things out of fear. That's really what it was. But I'm not gonna lie, it's hard to be inspired when you work for some of that stuff. Exposure, here you go. We'll pay you an exposure. Okay, let me give this exposure to the landlord. Oh, they don't take exposure? You see why I don't... Don't get me wrong, affiliate stuff is great on the back end. But I'm not going to have affiliate stuff be how I recoup my costs, because then that's going to take months for that stuff to come in, you know? I'm talking too much. Got an Evo because of you as well, and that's real. Don't ever... That's crazy, bro. Everybody got Evo because of me. I need to show this to audience and be like, yo, let's do another video. Send me something else. I actually have a few products I'm going to not interview. Hello, microphone. How are you today? So today I want to ask you a few questions. No. Review. I have a few different things I want to review, but I need to figure out how I want to do the review. Let's get on to our... I'm going to do a free... I know I have 2 paid submissions here, but I just want to give this first person the benefit of the doubt because they were ahead of everyone. If they're here, though. There's somebody named Rose that submitted. Somebody named Rose. If you're here, let it be known, because I will do your song first. You submitted yesterday, not even last night, but yesterday evening. So if you're here, Rose, let me know. If not, I'm going to skip to our 2 paid submissions, and then we'll get to our free ones. In the emails first. I'll do emails first this time. Is there a Rose? Oh, yes. Okay, cool. Awesome. Let's go like this. Torres is here. What's up, man? Is it actually, I meant to ask you too, is it snowing where you're at? Because I know you're in like the central-ish area. But yeah, so let's get on to Roski. It's our first submission of the day. It's pretty ugly out, dang. I like the build that you did there. I like that change too. Switch up like a verse. And a transition. Hey, Unison MIDI core pack is lit, man. Don't get it twisted. That's how I made my song glow. Just use GarageBand? Okay. I know, I'm lame. So you did a lot of things very well with your song. And I'm seeing people say that I don't know if I missed something that you said about just submitted one of my submitted one of my beats, just started doing music, hope you can listen to it. So for somebody who just started, I mean, this is actually pretty good. It's pretty good. And you have all of the what would you call it? The theoretical, not all the theoretical stuff, but like you have the general idea of the growth that needs to happen in a song and the changes and the transitions. I like how you started the song out with that loop that you had, the doo, doo, doo. And then as you're song is playing, you kind of build on that. So I noticed you brought in the drums, you brought in the hi-hats then after that, and then there was a point where the drums totally changed and it felt like it was a more kind of stripped down version of what you were playing. I think it's right here. Right here, yeah. And even the drum programming changes, as well as the progressions. Like even if you're using the same chords, they are put in different places. So you understand what it takes to make a song, which is one of the most important things. Like you have to know the structure of a song, and it's not that a song has to be verse chorus chorus blah blah blah. It's not that it has to be a cookie cutter way. It's just that you have to know your song has to take some sort of a journey, some form of transitions and things like that, and you implemented all that stuff. So I give you major kudos for that as somebody who just started. Obviously I would say the mix, you're gonna need to study up on mixing. Not that this mix is terrible. I like how boomy the bass sounds here, but I just wish the kick was more thick. I wish the kick was more thick and had a little bit more oomph to it. Right now it's too puny. Like it's just like shy. And maybe that's the kind of feel that you want for this song. So if that's the case, then so be it. But I would always, me personally, go for having a kick, if it's not in there, that is down in the foundation of the beat with the bass line as well. So like I always talk about how I imagine a song, throw up the I imagine a song as like a triangle, where the bottom is like your bass and your kick and like all the low instruments. Those things are going to be kind of like the stronghold, what holds the rest of the song together, because everybody loves a good bass. Everybody loves a good like beating in their chest, especially when you're playing it on the sound system or, you know. And then you have the mid-range, which is like, you know, it's kind of like the food pyramid, you know, there's like all these sections, but the middle section of that pyramid is going to be your mid-range, where you have all the different instruments like the synths and all the different instruments that you had in here occupying that range. And some of your synths, some of your hi-hats can occupy the top of the triangle, which is your very bright instruments. And the reason why they're at the top is because they can be, if they're too bright, they can be a little bit too sharp on the ears to listen to. So you want to have the least amount of that piercing of brightness at the top. So it's still there, but it's just like the cherry on top. This is why, like, when I produce records, those brighter instruments or even my brighter vocals, I tend to record last, because I don't focus on those unless the rest of my beat is already like crafted, where I have that bottom and that bass, and then I have those mid-range instruments, the synths and the pianos or saxophones, whatever it is I put in there, my vocals, and then the top is where I just add that little flair, that little, let me just put a little pinch of salt bay, you know. So yeah, just look into some mixing tutorials. I have a lot of tutorials about mixing. I kind of want to make a new one, but I just don't want to repeat some of the same information. Maybe I'll kind of do a mixing tutorial, but talk about it in a sense of the pyramid, right? The food pyramid, but for musicians. But I like your song. I like your idea here. And I think all that it's going to take is maybe sound selection. That'll help with that as well. But also knowing, you know, what levels to have each instrument at. I do think the bass, like I said, was pretty good in the beginning, but the kick just, it needs more presence, whether you layer another kick on top of that. This kick that you picked, I would say like you put a plugin on there or put an EQ on there that would boost the lower end, but this kick sounds like it doesn't really have too much of that to begin with, so you don't want to go too extreme, because then it's just going to totally like make the sound it's not going to work as much as if you just had a kick that already had these elements. So maybe think about layering your drums, and then some of the instrumentation on the piano or the Rhodes. Some of them I can tell are a little bit, they're like not quantized. So some of the notes are coming after or before, like a little bit sooner than it should. So it sounds like it's kind of getting ahead of the beat a little bit. So maybe also look at quantizing your beat, but you don't have to quantize it to where everything's like bum, 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 bum. It doesn't have to be super robotic. It just has to be a little more structured, because I think it's rushing just a tad bit on here. But yeah, great idea, great song, especially for just starting out. I did tone down the kick quite a bit, was kind of worried it would be over too. Oh, okay. So yeah, just try to dial it back. Whatever you did to it, maybe dial it back and see if that'll help fix the problem. I totally understand how this can be, especially when you're listening on a certain pair of headphones or a certain speakers. Some of these things can emphasize certain frequencies more than others, because they have their own sound profile. So even mixing on certain headphones or speakers can influence the way that you mix your song. And this is why it's good to have a pair of headphones. They're on the floor over there. Like mixing headphones that give you a more flat sound so that you can generally like mix better. So that might help as well. But obviously, you know, if you don't have the money for that, or you don't have the means for that quite yet, you just got to do the best with what you have. So I understand that grind as well. Thank you for that submission. Let's go ahead and fulfill that. Thank you so much. I really value your feedback and was low key. Nah, don't be scared. I don't want anybody to feel scared about submitting here. Like around here, there's never any hostility. There's never, I don't ever say like, oh, this sucks or this song is bad, unless it's like a song where you're, you know, talking trash about somebody, or like it's racist or something like that. You know what I mean? In that case, I would do something like that. But if it's just like your music, your regular music, I'm not going to ever approach anybody's song on here with any ill will or anything. I know how that can be, and it's happened to me before, and I will never, ever have this be a place where people don't feel welcome or don't feel comfortable submitting. So we're here to enjoy everybody's input, everybody's genres, everybody's songs and sounds and choices. And that's why I also say my opinion or my preference, because I know people have their preferences too. Maybe you want things to sound this way, or you want the song to be like this. And in those senses, I also have to respect the artist's choice. I'm not going to sit here and be like, what I say goes. Boom. It's just, like I said with Rick Rubin, it's just my taste, my opinion, you know? So yeah. There are constructive ways to say something sucks while helping others, but yeah, I won't even say to say something sucks. Just to say something could use work in certain areas. The way that I've been thinking about music lately is like, maybe nothing sucks per se, but it's just used in the wrong way. Or maybe, like for instance, if somebody has two different instruments and they're in two totally different keys, I'm not going to be like, whoa, this sounds horrible. I'm going to say, these sound like they're in two different keys. Now, if this was intentional, then okay. But if not, let me show you how you can get it in the same key. The ideas are there. And I'm not talking about your song. I'm just saying in general, if this were to happen. If the idea is there, it's not that the idea itself sucks. It's just that it's not in the right song. It's not the right choice for that piece of art. It's kind of like if an artist, like a painter, were using I don't know anything about art, but I would imagine there's certain types of paint or canvases or whatever. If they use a certain type of thing that's not right for the job, you just tell them, maybe try something like this. And it can, you know, it's just the same, but with music. Using the right tools, the right colors, if you will, the right paint brushes. But you get the point. Have to find a balance between accepting constructive criticism and not being afraid of judgment. Exactly. That's facts. We're among friends. Exactly. Free submissions. No, free submissions are. I just did a free submission. So I'm doing. I tend to go back and forth. I do a couple free. I'm just gonna start. I started with one free because this was submitted yesterday, and I appreciate people who are like, on it. And I know how that. If you're like first in line, then I gotta show you respect for being that persistent. But anyway, so I do a couple free, then a couple paid. So I'm gonna do some paid ones right now. Also, I do want to say, guys, before I get into the next paid one by Gavin, I have restructured my membership to have only 2 tiers. It was very convoluted before, and I had all these different tiers and whatever. So now there's a $2 option for members, and there's I think a $25 option. The $25 one I changed to have. I'm going to be like putting out discounts. So basically, anybody that has a $25 membership, it can be between 25 and 100% off. But basically, you'll get a discount on your submissions, whatever that discount's going to be for that month. So I'm not saying go join, but I do want to be like an official YouTuber and push some of my other products because, your boy's gotta diversify his income. I'm depending too much on ads, and it is starting to show in the bank account. That's not to say I'm struggling or anything right now, but I just want to be totally transparent and say I'm going to start pushing memberships more in my videos just for people who want to join. And so, yeah, just want to throw that out there. There's some other things on the tier as well. The $2 one, both the memberships are going to start having members only streams when I'm like, feeling in the mood and whatever. I'm okay to do one. But I do want to start implementing that stuff as well. I want to get focused on a lot of these things that I've kind of skipped over and missed out on. Even merch. I want to start putting out more merch. I only did one drop in my entire existence here on YouTube. It's been 10 years. When September comes, it'll be the 10-year anniversary of this channel. And to think I haven't been utilizing most of this stuff, okay? Because I've been kind of guilty for pushing it. I've felt like, they're not going to like me if I do this, but I'm not going to worry about it anymore. I'm just going to do my thing. But yeah, just throwing that out there. I got it, Torres. So I'll do Gavin, Torres, and I think the next one after that was JQX, and then we'll do 2 or 3 free ones after that. But first up is Gavin.
Spending most of my life thinking I could change what is now I fade. But when I'm struck by a pride,
And vocals is nice.
minded I'm just clay.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Don't you worry about tomorrow, even though that I know I'm not in control. But I can let you go. Oh, when the waves cave, again we crumble. Every promise we made seems to leave us broke.
How's it going?
Are we dead and gone? Honey, don't look back. I will keep you strong. Oh, and if we find a way, babe, I know it may be hard. Will I hold you back as I keep you close? Oh, I pray we find a way, 'cause I know.
Ooh, that was nice.
Think it's irrelevant. I got some problems and I gotta sell them quick.
Reach in my pockets and pull out my hand. All I got in it is settling.
Oh, that was satisfying.
Swallow the dirt like it's medicine. I got a plan. What if the closer I'm getting to feeding my family, the further I'm getting from seeing what heaven is? After all I've been through, I don't fully like the man that I'm molded into. Always make a plan to control the issue. When the money gets low, I ignore the miscues. The excuse is my avoided mind. Get a little bit ahead and I fall behind. It's hard to fight within and it starts with pride. Looking out for myself and my heart's desires. Honey, don't look back. I will keep you strong. Oh, and if we find a way, babe, I know it may be hard.
I feel it too.
I hold you back as I keep you close. Oh, I pray we find a way, 'cause I know
Oh,
it's just
that falsetto, bro.
I already set up in the mix.
Woo.
You step into the fam, get 7 in the ribs. Got 11 of my man still chilling at the crib. I be trying to acquire 20.
Oh, he hits him.
bricks for my wife and my kid, but it's elevated. Used to be a bottom feeder, now I got an elevator way up to the ceiling, but the pressure got me levitating. Spinning from the setup in my head, I'm like a mental patient elevator. Change one day, 'cause I gotta make a life so lit. At the end, I wanna run it back, but I got mouths to feed, and it'd probably be arrogant of me to assume I'm above that. Fear shoving me aside, but I bust back. How I'm gonna
The switch up is so good.
bust pass. How about the ego in my mind? Gotta bust that. Everybody telling me I'm fine, I don't trust that. Don't look back. I will keep you strong. Oh, and if we find a way, babe, I know it may be hard. Will I hold you back?
I love that part.
Keep you close. Oh, I pray we find a way, 'cause I know it gets too strong. That's we're born. Oh Lord, do you hear us now? Every drought, every storm. Oh Lord, can you free us now? Every death we are
Sewing machine.
Oh Lord, we need you now. By His hands we will form. Oh Lord, are you speaking out in hate? Thus we are born. Oh Lord, do you hear us now? Every drought, every storm. Oh Lord, can you free us now? Every death
I love that feel.
born. Oh Lord, we need you now. By His hands we will form. Oh Lord, are you speaking now?
That is an infectious song. Such an infectious song. Very well executed. Very well executed. The music, the arrangement of the vocals, the transitions between verse and chorus back into the verse, the tape stop. Oh, I love a good tape stop. This is another good example of knowing how to structure a song. And I would say is like the other end of someone who obviously has experience. So we had our first submission, which was somebody who just got started, but they're still implementing these different kinds of transitions and methods of telling a story in a song. And then we have this from Gavin, which is like a completed song with the vocals and everything, had the same kind of understanding of how to tell a story in a song sonically and with the lyrics and just by how it makes you feel. It takes you on that journey, the transitions and everything. This is the more experienced side of that. Once you learn how to mix, once you learn how to do these different things, or you put vocals to your stuff. So this was, like I said, a really well executed song. Your vocals, as everybody's saying here in the chat, were pristine. That first time you went falsetto took me by surprise, and I love when people can arrange or do their vocals in a song that are somewhat unpredictable. Because like you were up there in the range, like you were already kind of belting these notes and hitting them very well. But that very first time, I didn't expect you to go all in the rafters like that. Like, that was good. That was very good. And that kind of stuff is what makes people go like, ooh, let me rewind understand it. Let me go back. Let me repeat. That kind of stuff. Those little nuggets that people can take away from a song, especially for a live performance. I know they probably, if you haven't performed this yet, when you do perform it, they're gonna go crazy for that part because people love a good falsetto. People love a good falsetto, especially when it's out of nowhere, when it just comes into fruition. But then also the rap itself was done very well. I've never heard of D Flight before, but I'm gonna have to take a look now. He's also the engineer, so it was mixed really well as well. Okay. So I'm not gonna sit here and make up, like I always say, make up something to do better. I think the song sounds great. I think the vocals sounded great. I think the storytelling aspect, the transitions and everything, that tape stop once again was immaculate. Every time, like no matter how many times it came in, it was always satisfying. So I appreciate the attention to all the details that you implemented into this song. And just the power of your vocals and the power of the driving force of the song. That's at the end when I was kind of going like this, it had that kind of like, and I always do this thing where I imagine a visual in my head as I'm listening to people's music. Sometimes I can't even control it. It just pops up. But I imagine like somebody on Mars for some reason. But like, probably because I was watching Love, Death, and Robots yesterday. But somebody in like this astronaut suit on Mars kind of like struggling, like gasping for air. Just kind of like crawling towards the camera, you know? It felt very powerful in that sense, like a driving force. Like I felt like it was something that could push me, you know, to feeling inspired, to feeling powerful and strong. And in also that sense, I think you achieved a lot as well. Because like I say, you have to make people feel something when they listen to your music. Something. It could be a sad feeling, something depressed that they can relate to. They went through a breakup or whatever. It could be a feeling of optimism or hope or drive and determination, which is what I felt here. That determination and that. So you achieved in this one, and I am very happy you submitted that one. I don't think I have any criticism or anything. I like that song as it is. And everybody else here, I mean, the chat speaks for itself. The chat speaks for itself. Take a bow for those vocals. 33 likes. Oh yeah, if you guys are in here and you haven't liked the stream already, leave a like. That'd be great. It would help, you know, it would, for one, help YouTube to know that you want to see more of my stuff, which is dumb because I know you guys are already subscribed, but YouTube is just so weird these days. You got to tell your own subscribers to like the video to see more of your content when they should be already seeing the content. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. It means a lot to you. I've never, you know, it's been a while since even I've performed. I have performed before, but it's been like very spotty. I've been blessed to headline twice downtown. I don't know how. Actually, I do know how. It was a connection I had. But it's a fun experience, man. And it's a totally different experience when you're doing your song live. Even if it's just to a backing track, it just gives you a totally different feeling. So I would highly recommend, especially a song like this. You could have the music cut out on that part, on like one of the instances in the song, and hit that falsetto. Maybe at the, like, to end the song, you hit it, and then like the music just, and people just like, ooh, yeah. Performing is it's a different kind of high. What's up, Jody? Come connect with me more if you want to talk about music. Yeah, Gavin is dope. Every song that Gavin submitted has been original, true to his own sound, and very well produced and well written, always mixed well. I can always like hear the idea clearly. Hello from Poland. You certainly don't remember. I do remember you. I do remember you. I do remember you. It was at what was the name of the hostel? It was in Warsaw. What was the name of the hostel? I do remember your name though. Let's check. People think I don't. I remember you. Because I remember I gave you my YouTube channel, and I was playing music in, I think it was the bar room, and you would come over there and kind of like, you know, give me the handshake and stuff like that. Of course I remember you. I never forget iconic people, man. Sotam. How's it been? Jak się masz? That's the formal way, but Sotam is like, what's up? I haven't practiced my Polish in such a long time. Kurwa. Okie dokie hostel, that's what it was. Yes. Man, oh, I miss it. What's up, Ace? Okie dokie hostel, such a good hostel. If you guys are ever traveling in Poland, I don't know if you will, but okie dokie, I do recommend. Poland is a great place. It's a great place. Okie dokie hostel was super welcoming, and they kind of took care of your boy when I had a bit of an issue. I honestly think it was a drug-induced manic episode. Not because I did the drugs. It was because somebody slipped something in somebody else's drink, and then they didn't want to drink that night. So, oh, you want my drink? And I drank it, and then I like blacked out. And they called the freaking ambulance and all that stuff. It was wild. And I woke up the next day just totally normal. I'm like, why are you guys looking at me like that? Like, all the workers at Okie dokie were like, you okay? I'm like, what are you talking about? I just went to sleep. Like, no, dude, I projectile vomited all over everywhere in the room. And I had no idea that it even happened. I was like, why am I waking up to a wet face? Thanks, Jody. Loving the new honest vlogs from me. I really appreciate hearing that, because there's going to be more of them. I've been kind of like hesitant, not going to lie, because I feel like every video, it's that old thinking. I have to get out of that old thinking. But I'm like, oh no, this video is not about anything. It's not about like teaching a music thing, but I don't want everything to have to be about, you know, it's just, we're humans, we're people. Let's just connect. Yeah. Anyway. Polish vodka and beer. Yeah, dude. It was I had some absinthe that night also. I'm not gonna lie. I had like 2 cups of they weren't cups, but they weren't shots. It was like in between. I had 2 absinthe drinks. And you guys know absinthe is no joke. You can actually die from drinking that the wrong way. But yeah, I put in a paid submission, so I'm gonna stay here as long as possible. Glad we're all back. Likewise. When you perform, what gear instruments did you use? Just vocals and a keyboard? So one time I only had a keyboard. I had the Micro Korg. That performance was so bad because it was the first time I tried to perform with a live instrument. But the mix was horrible. So the keyboard sounded way too loud in comparison to the background music. And then also I was fumbling. My hands were fumbling over the keys. So people were like, what are you doing? And then I'm like, I'm not going to play this thing for the rest of the night. I'm just going to sing. That performance was horrible. But the other time, at Onyx, these were both times at Onyx Room in San Diego. It was very great. It was a packed house, standing room only. I did a song. I closed out with Quit My Job, which I still want to re-release. But that song went over so well. So well. It's your art, man. Paint how you want. Talking about your mental health was bold, but it liberated my feelings as a fellow Gemini artist whose working on coloring outside the line. That's why I have to do it. Okay. That's why I have to do it. I got to remind myself, like, people are people too. They don't just want to learn about, you know, tools and all that stuff. They want to learn about or just relate to people, you know? I've been DJ for 3 years and also love music. You've been DJing? That's what's up, man. Thank you for that submission. That was, again, a really great submission. And like I said, no criticism here from me, other than if it's not out, got to put it out because we want to hear it. And I'm going to make a community post probably sometime soon to ask everybody who's ever submit something in here to give me a list of the songs, if they remember, that they submit, so I can, if they're out, so I can add them to the Spotify playlist. The focus has been all over the place, but now that we're medicated and we can focus for the most part, I'm going to get some things done. I'm ready to get some things done, you know, for the sake of the community. So I'm excited. Next is going to be Torres. Let's go. Which one do you want me to do? Oh no, this most recent one. I got it. Warped Tour, right? What's up, Key? Is it Key or Kie? That's a serious question. Glad to see your journey. We are storytelling today. I've submitted a few songs. Okay. Yeah, like, one of my favorite things to do is to tell my story, because it's what I know. Aside from making music, it's what I know best. And they always tell content creators, like, oh, just make videos about what you know best. Well, what do I know best right now? My mental health journey. So, and also I want to upload more than once a week. I didn't upload anything this week, which I was a little bit upset about, but I'm not, you know, going to harp on myself. But yeah, I want to get to, like, not necessarily like daily status, but I want to get to like Casey Neistat level, to where I'm just telling my story, and when music is a part of what I do in the day, boom. But in other times, you know, we just talk about what's going on in the brain. Or I also want to do more content. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen my Bruno Mars video. This was like one of my first videos that wasn't to do with like making music, blew up. It was Bruno Mars, Culture Vulture, and I was just like ranting about how he's not a culture vulture, and the algorithm just went wild. Like, I have to do stuff that is outside of just making music. I want to talk about Selena Gomez and Hailey Bieber, to be totally honest. I want to give my 2 cents on that, because I feel some sort of way about bullying bipolar people. All right, let's get on to Torres. The song is called Warped Tour, featuring Rez Coast Grizz. Rez Coast. Let's go. I love London. It's just very expensive.
All these bands in front of me like it's a warped tour. I can't act like who I was way before. You said I couldn't come up, you was wrong. Now they on my dick like yo bitch is gone. Wait, hold up, wait, hold up, wait, hold up, wait, hold up, hold up, wait, hold up, wait, hold up, wait, hold up, wait, hold up, hold up.
Ratchets and some thongs, they just like my songs. Beat your ass like Canelo. Have you stumbling off feather? Pour me some Patron and some lime. Yeah, I'll be feeling just fine. Yeah, doing couple years, might do a fucking dime. Is it a crime just to live this fucking lavish and savage? I can't hate on my haters because they make me feel lavish. Feel hate in my veins when I think of being broke. Yeah, pop smoke, rest in peace to pop smoke. Do it for the lonely, do it for the down and out. Yeah, same kid you used to catch roundabouts, stalking all that dope. Yeah, making my pain, making mama hurt. Yeah, not going going through that same, yeah, I made it out the
All
dirt.
these bands in front of me like it's a warped tour. I can't act like who I was way before. You said I couldn't come up, you was wrong. Now they on my D like yo bitches don't. Wait, hold up, wait, hold up,
This-
wait, hold up, wait, hold up, wait.
This song has a good wave to it.
Wait, hold up, wait, hold up, wait, hold up.
Hop up in my whip, we about to dead, baby, yeah. Hop up in my whip, we about to dead, baby, yeah. Ruger on my hip and a half empty clip, yeah. Ruger on my hip and a half empty clip. Taking these pills like Reese's Pieces, different car, different beaches. Haters on me like leeches, yeah. Haters on me like leeches, but I won't give a hater time of day, yeah, yeah. Fade flex, I bust my AK.
It's super
Flex,
bouncy.
I bust my AK. Don't ask the price, baby, it's on me, baby. Like you can be, baby. Don't leave a hater on me, baby. Don't get too loud. We don't need the neighbors involved. We don't need the neighbors involved. Baby, no friends allowed.
All these bands in front of me like it's a warped tour. I can't act like who I was way before. You said I couldn't come up, you was wrong. Now they on my D like yo bitches don't. Wait, hold up, 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 wait, hold up.
Yeah.
I'm like trying my best not to fuck up, and it's just so fucking hard sometimes. Oh wow.
Yeah, that is, SIM card said it right. That's very, very catchy. Yeah.
Don't
Hold
miss
up.
out.
Wait.
Ashley's new lower prices are here. Look for reductions
Bruh.
on hundreds of
You running ads on my SoundCloud trying to get me. I'm not running your ads. Now, no, what I was saying, that is very, very wavy. By wavy, like, because the beat doesn't change very much, just something about, I've always been a big fan of this, but something about when you drop out the beat on the chorus and then you bring it back in, it's like, oh, because like the beat is so satisfying. I love beats like this. They're very satisfying to listen to, especially when they're accompanied with the types of melodies that you put on the song. But then, so when you drop it in the first half of the chorus, or the lean, or whatever you want to call that section, it's almost like, oh no, like, oh, bring it back. But then you bring it back and it's like, it feels even more wavy, like, especially when that hold up, wait, just playing with those different rhythms, I really enjoyed. So again, for that reason, it's very catchy. The melodies are awesome. I would say just in the first verse, there was just subtle parts where maybe you could slide the vocal over to the right so that you could either put it just barely behind the beat, or right on the beat. Because I noticed some parts, kind of like how those chords were in the first song that we listened to. Unless you wanted to have this vibe to it, because I know this is, again, a style that a lot of people they want to have. But the vocal was just ever so slightly ahead, only at certain points in the first verse. So that would be one thing. And then I would say, I don't know what your chain is looking like on that vocal. And it could just be my headphones, because I gotta wait till this ad stops playing so I can listen again. Or maybe I just refresh.
Come up, you
Thongs, they just like my songs, beat you.
So your vocal, I don't know if it's the right word to say sounds thin, but that's the only word that I can think of to describe it. And it's not like super thin, but it's thin in the sense that it has brightness. It sounds like it's got a heavy compressor on there, but the
It's like I never have you stumbling all better. Pour me me some Patron and some lime. Yeah, I'll be feeling just fine. Yeah.
The reverb, I think, actually is what's causing it to sound too sharp. And by sharp, I mean like just too bright. I like the brightness. I like the compression. I like the sound that the vocal has, but I think the reverb, maybe try, if you want to, try to turn it down, turn the wetness down so that it's not as apparent, that it's not as lengthy as it is currently. Because what's happening is you're doing the vocal and then the reverb is happening, which is essentially an echo of sorts. But it's got a long tail to it that's contributing to that sharpness in how it's at least hitting my eardrums. So I would say, see how you like it when you turn the reverb down. And I always recommend like having less reverb on raps anyway for this reason, but I know people have their own preferences. But I would just say if you want to do something to that, that's the one thing I would probably do, because I like how gritty, and it's not like super gritty, but like it sounds like a typically processed rap vocal, you know?
Yeah, do a couple years, might do a fucking
Like right there was really sharp.
dime. Is it a crime? Fine. Yeah, do a couple years, might do a
That's when it kind of got, that's probably like the peak of it sounding super sharp. So maybe try to tone that down. Other than that, I think
fucking dime. Is it a crime just to live this fucking lavish and savage? I can't hate on my haters because they make me feel.
yeah, I would just say do that, and that to me I think might help in a sense, but that's only if you want to do that. If you want to have a reverb on there, then that's your artistic choice, and I can't say nothing about that. Hey, what's up, Mike? Would add more volume or weight to his voice. Exactly, because like it's kind of floating out there. So this is why I always put reverbs on my stacked vocals and my singing vocals, because for the most part when I'm singing or I'm stacking, I want it to sound full and I want it to sound kind of like it's floating out in the soundscape, the atmosphere, you know? So the reverb gives you that atmospheric feel. Now you can have an atmospheric feel with a rap, but because you're saying more words generally with a rap, I tend to tone the reverbs down, because when you're saying all these words, all the consonants and things that you're saying are going through that reverb, and you're hearing all that echo. And as a result, all the echoes are kind of clashing with each other. So it makes the sound space kind of crowded. So with rap vocals, when you're saying more words, which is generally every rap, because raps are, you know, there's no melody, so you don't have to hold any notes. That's also why I tend to turn the reverb down, so you have like a more grounded sense, and you can give it that space and you can have that reverb there, but just have it kind of chilled out a little bit more. Yeah. What's the cue for the free line? It's getting long. I don't know exactly, but there is at least, let me delete that now that we got that. Thank you for that submission, Taurus. That's my only thing about that. Other than that, I loved the beat. I loved the song itself, the bounce of it, the waviness of it, that push and pull with the taking away and giving up the drums. Yeah. I gotta remember Jody also, but I will get you after I do the couple free. So there is 13 there, or 12 rather, and another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10. So about almost 30 free people. Free submissions in line. But we're gonna do one more paid, so that's gonna be Wizzy. I can't resist. Okay, we got JQX, Javante, out here with another banger, I'm sure. Exactly. No way to tell without looking at the chain. These are all just my guesses, you know, from what I hear. Yeah, you're next right now. Okay, okay. I just watched a video about these kinds of sounds. Call and response. Skrillex. Nice break.
Let go. I don't wanna work today.
Hey.
Feels like the perfect day.
It does.
Somebody getting hurt today.
Oh no.
And it's the first today. Gotta pay my rent. I don't need judge or his.
I knew you was gonna bring in that clap.
Get all my money spent. I'ma still tell my boss I quit.
Bring it in.
Now I'm in public.
Building it.
Like there's nothing. Walk the way like I'm rich. Really, I ain't got shit. Yeah, but I'ma make it, baby. Cash my last check, won't save it, baby. I'ma look at my boss like this, won't flinch. Tell him fuck this shit, I quit. I quit. Fucking quit. I quit. Fuck this shit, I quit. I quit. I quit.
This is a banger.
I quit. I quit. Fuck this shit, I quit.
I'm imagining like cannons going off.
Fuck this shit, I quit. Boss looking at me like I'm crazy, but I don't care, he already paid me. Yeah, might as well throw something. I bought this shit like I'm on something.
Your lyrics is nice.
But I'm sober, baby. So glad this job over, baby. Co-workers looking like he more than crazy, but I'm headed to the unemployment line, they'll save me. When I got there, they said,
Sir, I'm sorry.
what you mean?
You quit. I'm sorry.
Saying I can't get a check?
Yes, correct.
Why not?
You quit. Next.
You mean as shit.
Sir.
Trying to kill my dream and shit.
Sir, don't use that language.
Man, fuck you.
That is not appropriate.
Fuck this shit, I quit.
Sir, you don't work here.
I quit.
You don't work here.
Fucking quit.
You do not work here.
I quit.
Security.
Fuck this shit, I quit.
I quit.
I quit.
You need a music video for this, man. This would be hilarious. This is like,
I quit.
I'll get to it.
Fuck this shit, I quit.
I'm thinking like Red Food. This is how I roll. Animal Prince pants out of control. No shoes, no shirt, and I still get service. Wow. That's like, to me, that's like new age LMFAO. If you guys, I'm sure you most of you remember who that is. This is like one of the biggest electronic bands at the time, or the biggest. They was getting billions of views on YouTube for songs like this. But I love how relatable this song is, and maybe I don't know if you submitted this because I talked about the song "Quit My Job." If not, the coincidence of this, wow. But I love a good quit song. I love a good, like, quit my job, I'm done, I'm not taking this no more. Because I feel like everybody on planet Earth can relate. That's a message that anybody can relate to. Even little kids who go to school. Now, you shouldn't quit school, but we felt it before. We've all felt it before. So I like the songwriting in this because it was comical. That also gave me the LMFAO vibes. But I think it was well written. It was relatable, funny, and it was good. It was good. It was the fact that it was also like an EDM like banger. Sorry, I think gives it even more. What's the word? I can't think of the word, but like basically with the crowd, that all these people that go to the festivals and stuff like that, you know this would go over well in that kind of setting. This would go over well in, you know, clubs like what's that one, Flux, that we have here in San Diego. It's like lights everywhere and stuff, you know, strobes and everything. It's like one of them Friday night let's go out type songs where it's like, man, I just got off work today, work sucked, and I want to quit, and I might quit, you know. Written so well, like, and this is the thing, like I always try to tell people, like, sometimes we can take our music too seriously, and like we should take our music serious, like the crafting of it, but the content. And not that this message isn't serious, because it is a serious thing, like wanting to quit, wanting to not be taken advantage of, or people to treat you bad and stuff. That's very much real. But sometimes we have to laugh about it. Sometimes we have to sing about it in a funny way. Sometimes we got to be straight up, like, let them know. And the tone, I just kept imagining just this big, like some kind of DJ, I don't know, at one of these huge festivals playing the song. And when that when that part comes in, just everybody, like the strobe's going off, the smoke going off, and everybody just jumping up and down. I quit. That's a totally different approach to like an I Quit job. Or I Quit song, because most of the songs we hear are either those acoustic ones, if we're talking about, like, you know, the more chilled out singer, or like if we're talking like my kind of stuff, where mine was like an R&B approach, or what's that one guy's name, Lunch Money Lewis, when he came out with that song. It's kind of a different song. I got bills, I gotta pay. You know, it's that same type of fun approach to a serious thing. And that's in my opinion, it's like the making of, it's the perfect combination. It's the perfect storm, you know? People, for some reason, vibe with things that have like these opposing tones or feelings. And I learned this myself when I put out my song Haunted. I didn't put it out, but like it was in a video, and I had it singing in like a chipmunk voice. And I'm like, see guys, listen to this. It sounds like chipmunks are singing this song. You don't want your song to sound this way. But then the comments, even though the song's about being haunted by your ex and breakup and blah, blah, is a sad song. When it was in this chipmunk voice, the comments were like, bro, it's fire. Yeah, man. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? It's just, for some reason, people can, they get with like both sides, like the fun and serious, or the happy and sad, or you know, you approach the song with serious lyrics, but it's in a fun way, or it's a fun song that is approached in a serious way. Like, just, there's something about mixing the two, kind of being like an alchemist of sorts. It gets the people going. It's provocative. I Quit is already out, but I just remade it and it sound perfect, dude. Yeah, because I remember hearing these lyrics, and I think, yeah, you did submit it on here before, but definitely it didn't sound like this. I'm EDMing most of my songs. You are stepping into some new territory, man. And that's actually a smart move as well. Like, to have your songs as they are, but then to make EDM versions so that other people who may not listen to your stuff as it is might listen to this and get the same message from it. Yeah. Let me see. Lyrics are clever, funny, speaks to my soul. Video, yeah, the video has to be funny. It's got to be like, I'm just imagining like sped up, you know, like especially that you don't even work here. Like that gives me Mean Girls. Like she doesn't even go here. Those vibes. I'm at my job right now debating quitting, bro. You should put the song on blast. Just like, can you imagine if somebody was working like at Old Navy, right? And then, because sometimes you can put your phone as, you know, some people put their phone and they play it over the loudspeaker. We used to do that sometimes when we didn't have the music tracks or whatever that they wanted to send us. But like, can you imagine playing this song over the loudspeaker during shopping hours and just walking out, man? But yeah, this song was amazing, in other words, and relatable, and it's making people feel like they want to quit, which is, you have achieved once again. Yeah, that was a ride. I keep seeing when you post also on IG, and I'd be like, bro, and I've told you this already, but like it flips me out every time how like some of the people that also review your music I've gone to school with. Like, it's such a small world, dude. What are the odds? I don't know if he still goes by Dre to Flame, but Dre and I think his brother, and like I don't know the girl though. Anyway, let's go. Okay, so let's do some free submissions here on the site. I'll say we'll do 3 of these. Random number between 3848. I thought that said Jay Dilla. I was like, what? Jay Dilla? He rose? What's up, man? Yeah, it's super crazy. Like, I saw him on my feed, and I'm like, oh, snap, what's he doing right now? And then I noticed you posted it. I'm like, whoa, what? You're reviewing songs too, man. I went to school with this guy. What's the 45 for? Okay, and then we go 3862. He's a good dancer. He's a good rapper. I think he produces also, if I'm not mistaken. He used to do this thing when he was making these gospel rap songs. I don't even call them gospel rap, but rap songs where he was talking about God sometimes. And he'd be like, all glory to God, though. That was like his catchphrase. That was quite some years ago, though. All glory to God, though. That was a good catchphrase. It was memorable. 3855. Let's see who that is. So we got Quincy. Are you in the building, Quincy? Not Quincy Jones, but Quincy, and your last name is a character of Spider-Man. Let's go. Quincy's here. And so I'm about to pull you up right now. While I pull you up, I'll call the next person, just so that we know that they're here. Already did that one. Is there a Lethabo? I don't know if I'm saying your name right. Lethabo? Lethabo. From South Africa. Are you in here? You go by QO. All right, let's pull QO up. You are up next. 3, 2, 1. Let's get it.
To the door, to the foyer, to the sofa. She strip, I dip, slow motion. Lick, drip, no coaster. She loving what I got to give, a lot to give. A ride of business, our shock is blending, non-stop continues. That body trembling, I got you nearing that. That's all the neighbors be hearing. A lot of banging and squealing. We knocking paint off the ceiling, it's cute. They know my name in the building. I go insane when I'm in it. I want that thing every minute, every day and night. One time for that thing that you got. Girl, you gon' make me buy you a ring and a plot. I never could surmise that a flame for the night. Leave me green like a fiend for the pipe. What a mean shot.
This flow, man.
Like you. Got me singing the haikus. Got me dreaming the things that I like to do. In my leisure time to eat and time to breathe and kind. That was about 365 ago. And every time that I slide aside, you want nothing but the whites in my eyes. Tony Braxton, I'm high flashing lights with the bright kaleidoscope. She expressed it on several occasions. Giving the best, nothing less for my baby. Shawty, I must confess, I'm impressed. It's amazing to me. Obsessed to the greatest degree. The taste of your
yes, it is.
Placed on my plate, make it painful to wait. I've been aching.
So many talented people.
The flavor we waking, the neighbors they thinking we sailors. It's due to the language with you, and we groove and we lose it. And mayhem ensues. It's clear to see our chemistry's exemplary. I feel it deep. She's spilling sweet. She rhythmically descends and peaks. I gotta screaming out. From the whip to the door, to the foyer, to the sofa. She strip, I dip, slow motion. Lick, drip, no coaster. She loving what I got to give, a lot to give. A ride of business, our shock is blending, non-stop continues. That body trembling, I got you nearing that. That's all the neighbors be hearing. A lot of banging and squealing. We knocking paint off the ceiling, it's cute. They know my name in the building. I go insane when I'm in it. I want that thing every minute, every day and night. Constantly, your constant theme. It seems like you accosted me, apostrophe. I'm thinking that you got to be the hardest thing. Monopolizing all my time and all my life. I never foresaw I get lost in the sauce, but I'm caught you the cause and effect. Never thought to expect these sessions to get to my head the way they do. But hey, it's cool, cause the level that we connect on is deeper than sex. But don't sleep on the sex stuff, it's a premium. Yes, loving the things you dressed in, impressions of your tailend. Got me swelling, might as well then. Got a couple hours for my workday start. Thinking that we should shower on our birthday part. Subsequent actions lead to some cut, master squeaking, Master P, we match the beat, you see. Naturally, we vibe, it's like he magically designed it. Like it's cracked beneath the lining. I need that, what she supplying. Luther said the best days never enough. Let me get it correct, there's never too much. Therefore, I'ma go from your cup till I'm satiated. Eat it like I'm emaciated. Girl, I know you got that bomb thing, that Bombay. Got me leaning, got me falling. For falling, from the PM to the morning. I want it, I'ma feast up on that gourmet. I don't play.
Girl, you know I got that bomb thing, that Pompeii. If you need it, you can call me.
I like that.
You can call me. From the PM to the morning, you moaning, and your sweetness finna drown. Got you singing in the sound like.
From the whip to the door, to the foyer, to the sofa. She strip, I dip, slow motion. Lick, drip, no coaster. She loving what I got to give, a lot to give. A ride of business, our shock is blending, non-stop continues. That body trembling, I got you nearing that. That's all the neighbors be hearing. A lot of banging and squealing. We knocking paint off the ceiling, it's cute. They know my name in the building. I go insane when I'm in it. I want that thing every minute, every day and night.
That was clean. That's that sample everybody talking about. I like when people, because I do this too, when people can build a song around a sample, because it gives the sample room to do what it's there to do. Like, why else would you sample? You know, you want the sample to be heard. You want the sample to at least play an important role in the song. So I like when people they either make a beat that has a sample in it and then they write a song that's around the sample, or they buy a beat that has a sample in it and then they write a song again around that sample. And so it feels incorporated and part of, like it was always meant to be there, like you meant it to be there, you know? I love stuff like that because, and then also it gives you kind of like this breath. There's so much happening here in terms of like your rapping. There's a lot of words, like people said, the Luda flow. You're saying a lot, but it's so precise. It's so well communicated and projected, mixed. Just all the things that I try to help people to achieve when they submit songs, like rap songs, that maybe I can't hear everything that they're saying, which is one of the most common problems with most of the submissions I get. Not most, but like the submissions that I get from people who are rapping, but they need maybe a little bit of work on the song. Usually the number one thing I say is like the pronunciation or the mix being like kind of iffy, because I can't understand everything that they're saying. But you did it perfectly. Your mix is good. In my opinion, your lyrical content is good. The performance, the cadence, the flow and how it came out, and the timing of everything around the beat and the sample as well. I think you did everything to perfection. And so that's why, and even the beat itself is really good. Like, I like how it gives me subtle, like Tyler, the Creator vibes, just the way that the chords are. I know he's big on chords. He's big on like those weird kind of unconventional progressions and things like that. And I like the chord progression here, how it wasn't like a predictable progression. It wasn't, I mean, it was doing the same thing throughout, but it wasn't like predictable in the sense that it's common. And I think you said you bought the beat, but still, the choice of the instrumental is awesome for that. So it all contributes and it all comes together in a very cohesive sounding song. A very nice ride to go on. That flow, you were riding that beat. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for the love. Nice for folks to appreciate what you create. Exactly. Biggie, my number one. Luda is my favorite. Nice. I can tell, but it sounds like you though. I dig how I can understand what you're saying in spite of how fast you're going. That's one of the biggest struggles for most people. Like, they may be able to rap fast, but not every word is audible or clear or concise. But I watched this video of Busta Rhymes actually this morning of him performing that infamous "Look at Me Now" verse, and Jay-Z was like, just like listening to, because how do you do that? Wait every day. Like, to be able to do that and still say something of value in the song, still say something that doesn't sound corny or cheesy, and for it to be delivered in a way that doesn't sound corny or cheesy, and also to music that doesn't sound corny or cheesy, you crossed all the boxes. And so this is a smooth track that I really enjoyed, and everybody else here enjoyed as well, as you can tell. So I don't really have any criticism or anything on the mixing and all that. I think this is a perfect, I won't say perfect, nobody's songs are perfect, but this is as perfect as you can get of performance. I tried. But yeah, this was nice.
And every time that I slide aside, you want nothing but the whites in my eyes. Tony breaks, then I'm high flashing.
This is also an example, because I think there's some reverb on your vocal here, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is kind of an example of what I was talking about, Torres, where there is a sense of space because the reverb's there, but it's toned down.
Lights with the bright kaleidoscope. She expressed it on several occasions. What I'm giving the best, nothing less from my baby. Shawty, I must confess, I'm impressed. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely there. It's just not as it doesn't have as much of a tail. So, for instance, like, there's a plugin that I always talk about, CLA Vocals. There's 3 different settings on that one, and you can use whatever reverb, but this is just like an example of the wording, I guess. But they have like a tight reverb, then they have the chamber reverb, which was the big one, and then there's one in between. It's like I don't know if it's the hall or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, So it's possible to have reverb on your songs, and it's not that I say don't put it at all, but it just depends on how much you put. So that if you need an audible example instead of me just talking about it, that was an example there. All right, did I do, that was 855. Did we ever get a response on if there was somebody? No, I don't think they're here. All right. Is Lee here? Somebody named Lee? Last name starts with an S. You definitely have to control it. You got to tame it when it comes to the rap. Because imagine if this song had a reverb and you're rapping even faster. If this one had a reverb, it would be totally like just constant bouncing, like sound bounce. Because that's what a reverb is. It's sound bouncing off of something and coming back to you. Just imagine how crowded that would be. Somebody named Lethabo. Lethabo. Lethbo, because I called them before. The queue's still about the same. Like 30 people. I'm not going to get to everybody. Just want to let you guys know now, I will not get to everybody. So please don't hate me at the end of the stream, because it happens on every stream. I will not get to everybody. That's why I do this random number generator. I try to make it as fair as possible. Not sure. I hope I didn't miss it. I'm taking calls at work for real. No, I don't think I called you. But is there a Lee in here? Is there a Lee? Lee. L-E-E. Last name starts with an S. If you're not here, I'm skipping to the next one. Oh, it's you. From Kenya? You're Lee? Let me just confirm, because one time I played somebody's full song and it wasn't even them. I was like, oh. Okay. So we'll do you next, and then I'll do one more free after this. Is Lee not here? I don't think Lee's here because I called that name quite a bit. All right, so Lee is... Lee's the one from Kenya. So Lee's the one I'm skipping. Sorry, Lee. I like how you guys are like at work and then doing Uber and still watching me. That's dedication. I appreciate that a lot. All right, let's get into this. From South Africa.
Gang, gang, gang. You try to snitch on my squad, we gon' notice you a bitch. Yeah, we don't do no snitch cause we like brothers in a clique. Using the gang, 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 gang. Using the gang, 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 gang. You try to snitch on my squad, we gon' notice you a bitch. Yeah, we don't do no snitch cause we like brothers in a clique. Using the gang, 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 gang. Gang, 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 gang.
Put some harmonies right there.
I got to test when I found out you lame. They say I'm cruising, you're tripping again. Be careful, I'm closing the door out to bay. Be careful, I'm closing the door out to bay. You was just snitch you like up for the game. Sent by the up trying to put out
It so would go hard on TikTok.
I'm like, whoa, hey, fuck, babe. Get the fuck out of my business, man. Get the fuck out of my business, man. I'm like, shorty, it's a waste.
This thing sliding.
That much mask on me me so dwelling on this beat. I'm like on my fucking ghost mode, I can't see. The devil tryna act innocent, I can't see. But I'm so awake, so I see from reality. I'm so awake, so I see from reality. We like to strong when it comes to spirituality. Got the gloss when it comes to physicality. Devil tryna act innocent, I can't see. But I'm so awake, so I see from reality. I'm so awake, so I see from reality.
Devil says I said, nah, actually don't wanna go disobey my whole family. Cheap pills and necessity, turn on my vitamin C. Spending cheap money, it's always on lean.
I like that lazy kind of like.
Those so cold, they all just check their color ID. Haters be talking, they banter. True, they loud, so they
No problem, Jimmy.
We just gon' find out our answers. Switching it up like our name is Bitch Banner. Cause I'm going nuts like planets. Here I hella talking, all of this slander. 10 racks to your bitch, I'm finna hand her. Now she just stepping up the standards. Maybe this is subjective, but here right now, see objective. Now we just gotta be selective on the prior end, on the next shit. Deep in the memories and forget him. Like he was too deep with the fishes bite. Now we just tryna go fix this right here, little see if he fine.
Chasing fame, big dog, no great thing. Smoking loud, it ease the pain. I see the sun when it rain. I swear this shit is insane. It's fucking with my brain. After the gang. Look how you change. Now can switch lane. My man, I play for range. My nigga, I play no games. Just step the way. That's all that I say. I treat you like a brother. Nah, it's really fuck you. My nigga, you ain't gang.
That was actually pretty hard. Late to stream, but loving the vibe. Loving the vibe. I don't know what's going on with these shots over here. My Toto hurt? What is what? I don't know what y'all talking about. So this song, I like the whole general attitude of the song. I think you guys kept it cohesive with gang. It's a hard song. It's definitely a hard song. Some of the verses, I think. Okay, first of all, I don't know who produced the beat. I like the beat. I think the beat was hard. I think all the melodies that you introduced in this song were dope, and the way that it was written as well, like the cadence of the raps, the rhythm of the raps, the triplets, and how you were kind of going on that Migos flow a little bit, you know. I think the only thing is the mixing of some of the vocals. Some of the vocals sounded like the very start. These are clear enough for me right here.
You try to snitch on my skull.
So that could be due to the microphone and also the actual mixing itself. And I would imagine it's probably because you guys were like sending the song around and you were each recording it on your own respective setups. I think that's what happened here. So as a result, you kind of get a few different sounding vocals, which is fine. You know, you got to do what you got to do with what you have. But I would say just try your best to make the different verses and the different vocals that were recorded on different setups sound more cohesive by processing each vocal uniquely. They need to all look towards sounding like this one.
You try to snitch on my squad, we gon' notice you a bitch. Yeah.
So even if you don't have a microphone that's like this one, they need to sound as clear as possible, as close to this as possible. So some of the vocals were like too low in the volume, and the mix was kind of muddy in a sense, like they were kind of being lost in the beat. The beat was maybe too, or no, the beat was fine where it's at. It's just that the vocal needs to come up more. The vocal needs some help in the frequency ranges. I know some of the vocals were meant to have like the low pass feel, kind of sound more like they're muted like this. That's totally fine to have, but you want to make sure that if that's the only vocal that's there and you're not layering it with another vocal that's clear, the vocal still has to be audible. It has to be understandable. So it's kind of hard to say what to do without knowing your vocal chain on these different vocals. But I would say a vocal writer is definitely going to help. Waves has a vocal writer that I always preach about because it's a really great tool. In addition to having a compressor on there to help bring up your low points and crush down your high points. Let me think. Like this, even this is okay, but I think the volume right here is just slightly low. A tiny bit. I love also this lazy kind of because it contributes to the character of the song. So I love that approach. What you want to be careful with that style is not, it's hard to say because I want to say don't overdo it, but at the same time I don't want you to underdo it. I don't want you to overcorrect yourself to where it just sounds like there's no style to it. So you want to find a happy middle ground where you can rap in this kind of more laid back approach and like slurred kind of, rap without it being too slurred to where people can't tell where one word begins and another one ends. You know what I'm saying? So it's I think it's like a consonant thing. So saying like your C's, your P's, your D's, the k, t, n, like, all that stuff. Making sure that those are really popping and those are chopping up your words where they need to be chopped up at. And then the rest of what you're saying, like you can slur some of that so that it's got that style still to it. You can also try layering the vocal, but I don't know how that would sound in terms of like having a lazy one with like a more pronounced one. But just when you're recording, just make sure that you're pronouncing everything well enough to where people can understand what you're saying, but not so much to where you sound like, well, I'm gonna rap now. Like, I know you're trying to sound, like gang gang. You don't want to sound like a nerd, like, gang 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 gang. So I get it. I totally get it. But it's difficult to find like the middle ground there. So it just comes with practice. It comes with knowledge and mixing. But that's something that you would just have to play around with. Like this one right here also, I think this is another one of those cases of too much reverb, and which is also helping the vocal to not sound concise enough to understand what you're saying. So maybe tone the reverb down on this vocal if you can. You can still keep it there, but just tone it down to where it doesn't sound like you're in a church, but more so like in a confined room, like a closed space like this room maybe, or maybe a slightly larger venue. than this, you know? You don't want it to have so much of a tail that it's just all the reverb from the stuff that's been said is kind of layering on top of what he's saying now. So like all the words that were said here are echoing onto what's being said, and it's kind of like jumbling everything together, which is making it sound muddy. So yeah, I think this is just, it's one of those things where you got to kind of tackle the mix, and it might take some time to really dial it in. Sometimes mixing does take time, especially when you have these different things you're trying to achieve, but you know, they might contribute to a problem in another aspect of the song. And then recording concise enough helps tremendously, so you don't have to do as much mixing. But again, I don't want it to be so concise to where you sound like, you know, Bill Nye the Science Guy. Right? But yeah, other than those things, I think this song is super hard, and yeah, it's a hard song. It makes me feel hard. That came out. Happens on every stream. It happens on every stream. I can't take that one back. Oops. Man. Okay. Anyway. Hey, yo. It always happens. I walk right into it. I walk myself into it. That's the sad part. Okay, let's get into some paid submissions. Listen to that song on your... Oh, you talking about the one you sent in my email? All right. I like his channel too. Banned me for replying to someone in his comments about episonic speed drum. He gatekeeping it for a vid. I was just sharing the wealth. Why did he do me like that? Well, some people, it just depends, because some people don't like when, and I've been here too, where like people will come in and then they'll low-key spam my chat with like, oh, and you could tell they either work for the company or they know somebody that works for the company or something like that. Like, you should try, you know, like just, I can't think of anything right now. Let's just say if it's somebody that worked for Isotope, you should try Isotope audio lens, and it's like super official, and I'm like, okay, who do you work for, bro? So there's sometimes where it just seems kind of fishy when you like recommend these things, and then that's when some people block you know what you're saying. I've had a few cases in here where people they'll start with that and they'll be like, oh, that sounds interesting, I'll take a look at it, and then like I'll get 30 more messages from the same person. Audio lens by Isotope is a really great, it will work really great on here. Isotope is really, I'm like, bro, okay, we get it, you work for this company, like, can you just stop? So if you were doing that, then I can understand, but if you just once or twice here, you're good. But if you keep pushing it, then it's kind of like teetering on the edge for me. I don't like when people try to get stuff over on me, you know, because I charge for that, you know. What am I doing? One time about an 808 plugin using his code, and a week later he said he never made anything good on it. What the heck? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's low-key soliciting. Yeah, that's basically what it is. I've had people say it like over and over, and they'll say something like funny where it'll force me to say their comment, because it's like, what does that mean? And I'm just giving them free promo, and it's like, okay, dude. Put a stick up your butt. Like, leave me alone. But yeah, so let's go to, I think we're just gonna go to this I got you. I literally was saying we're about to go to this Riz song right here. So This is a song by Riz and myself, which I just sent over like, what was it, like 2 weeks ago or something like that. So it is coming out soon. I believe, once again, I think it's March 12th, but this song is called Pressure. This is Riz's song. It's not mine. I was just the feature on it. But excited to share it with you guys because it is here and it is dope. Sent over a paid submission on your website. Broski, love the stream. First timer. Thank you for being here and thank you for submitting. I will do some more paid ones after this one. This is a skip the line. So let's do this and we'll get over to the rest. Glad you're here.
I ain't built for the street. I ain't built
for the street.
I'm supposed to be helping you with your schedule and trying to see if you're going to be able to travel with me to this event or if you're going to meet me there or like what. Listen, I ain't built for the street. I ain't built for the street. I ain't built for that. I'm trying to make you come and then ask you like how you want these eggs.
How you want these eggs?
Baby girl, you pressure. You ain't worried about a hater. Hey lady, what's up? Let me slide in your DM. You say you single when your man, I'm tryna be him. And if it's for a minute, baby, go with it. Don't give me no lip back, girl, just roll with it. Girl, you know you got a body, you gon' mess around and hurt somebody. Pressure, it can't get nasty. It's a 22, tell me what it do. Ready for you, a sister with a bad attitude. And that's cool, cause you try to look at those trying you up. Crushing on your curves, really got me hanging on every single word, and it's all good.
Harmonies are always dope.
So hit me with that addy, let me pull up. Ain't no way trying to stress ya. Girl, you know you pressure. Pressure, pressure, pressure. They ain't messing with ya. Baby girl, you pressure. You really know you worried about a hater.
Girl, you know you shine bright like a diamond. Took the pressure of the world, put the lime in. Drink it up another 12, keep whining. Come to the car, no pressure, you can climb in. I know you got some friends that can chime in. I promise that I'm not a man, keep you crying. Can you follow what I say, like Simon? Let me take you on a date, fine dining. You can let them know where we go.
Oh.
And if you change your mind, let me know. It's all in due time, we let it flow. No high pressure, we keep it low. Pressure, 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 pressure. They ain't messing with ya. Baby girl, you pressure. You really know you worry about a hater.
The Wampage is strong, my friends. Man, this is Riz's song. So Riz, yeah, that was when I played that song when he sent it to me. The Wampage. This is the Wampage, by the way, right here.
I ain't built for the street. I ain't built for that. I'm supposed to be helping you with
That's
your
the
schedule
Wampage.
and trying to.
It's always the start of a song, or like when the song has that little. It's just like a bed of sound that just. Yeah, that was exciting to be a part of that. Very exciting. I'm not gonna like. I feel kind of dumb for like, you know, rating it because I mean like it's technically not my song, but I'm on it, so I'm like, but of course you know I think it's fire. Of course you know. And I understand like, you know, some people thinking it has too much auto-tune, but I don't agree. I think there's certain songs that's the whole style. That's the style of the song. That's what it's supposed to sound like. When you think about people like Chris Brown, and maybe some people just don't like that kind of sound, which is totally fine. But like there's some songs, for instance, where I'll record with a lesser amount of autotune. Pretty much all my songs do have autotune on it. Some I'll record with a lesser amount because I want it to sound more natural. And some I'll record with a higher amount because I want it to sound more digital. I want it to sound kind of computational and super precise. It's just it's a texture, you know, having that flutter of the voice going between two notes, or it's a tool, you know. So I don't think it has too much autotune. If my vocal or any of the vocals here, and I would say this for any artist in any song, if it was like getting to the point to where it was like that's what my vocal sounded like it's going too much, then I would say, yeah, absolutely. If it's distracting from how good the song sounds or the notes that are happening in the song, I would say absolutely too much. But here, since we're holding all the notes, you know, fine and everything, I don't think it's too much at all. But I understand people who don't like that much. Those are all Riz. Yeah, man. And it felt good to like write again, because I haven't been writing consistently. It's been like really spotty. So this was also a nice little thing. The song's called Pressure, and I was thinking of the Rihanna song Shine Bright Like a Diamond, because you know diamonds are made through the pressure, right, of earth. So that's where I was going with, like, girl, you know you shine bright like a diamond, took the pressure of the world, put the lime in. Like, you taking on all this pressure, and when life gives you lemons, you know, you make a drink and put a lime in it, right? So that's where I was going. March 12th on all platforms. March 12th. Ooh. March just might be the month of music releases, because I also have a song coming out. I forgot the release date, to be honest, but I was literally just like, bro, I have to get some music out. Let me see if I can find. But yeah, that song is coming out March 12th on all platforms. It's called Pressure. It's gonna be under I gotta spell it right. Am I spelling it right? The artist name. Because I hate when people spell my artist name wrong. Can you... There we go. Okay, I was spelling it right. Is that pronounced like Love More? Is that how you would pronounce that? I would assume. Perfect. There's just something about like writing a word without the, well, it's got some vowels in there, but I like writing words like this. So it'll be something like this. Actually, maybe I can find a, I don't know if there's a pre-save link. Hold on a second. No, that's definitely not you. Somebody else. But yeah, it's going to be out on all platforms. And once again, this is why I love doing these live streams. Because I like collaborating. I like finding new music. I like that we can come together as a community and just make stuff together. Like, it doesn't always have to be under the guise of like, you know, a video or a contest or something. It's just like there's been people who've met in the chat that have made songs together. There's been me making songs with different people. I think this is the second one third actually that I've done with one of you guys. So this kind of stuff is why I, aside from like sharing your music and everything, this is why I love doing these live streams. Yeah, it's just, it's always nice. I'm trying to find out when my song comes out. Pressure, 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 pressure. You ain't worried about it all. I'm not even trying right now. Don't mind me. First timer sent a country track. Ooh, that should be interesting. That should be interesting. Interessante. I'm glad you're here as well. I'm literally just trying to get a date, bro. I'm literally just trying to get a date. Oh snap, that's next week, bro. I gotta do some promo. So I have a song coming out March 10th. So I guess that's gonna be the video I make for next week. This song was actually featured in a video last year, but yeah, Nothing to Lose is finally gonna drop March 10th. So we got March 10th, March 12th, new music, and I'm gonna try and stay on this trend. We love putting out music, and you know. All right, so thank you for submitting that. Also, thank you once again for asking me to be on that song. It is an honor of mine because I always appreciate your music, as you know, your harmonies, as people have said here in this very chat with this song. Yeah, it's dope, and your production also. So the honor is mine, and I am glad to have been a part of something so dope. Every month this year I want to drop something. I'm the same. Drop consistently, that's the key. What's the Habibi one? The key Habibi. Hypothetically, where is 212 in the line? I don't know which one of these is 212, so I have no idea. We do have to get to Jody right now, so we'll do... Oh, and you guys submitted a while ago. I'm going to do quite a few paid ones because these people submitted over an hour ago. So we'll do Jody, Vernon, Elijah, and Joseph. And then we'll do free, and then we'll close out with the last paid ones. So Jody's first. Yeah. Okay. So I have to finish mixing an EQ. Potential wedding anthem, okay. Yeah. Oh, I like that. You can barely hear it? That's as loud as it goes. I can't turn it up louder than that. Is it that low?
my badge of honor. Her knight in shining armor. I'll be wherever she needs. She's all that I see. Everyone's got something to say, but I drown out all the noise. I wouldn't know no other way. 'Cause she's always my first choice. She's always my first choice. Every day's us against the world. Us against the world. I wouldn't have no other way. 'Cause she's always my first choice. She's my first choice. My first choice. And they talking ain't appealing. And we're floating on the ceiling. My first
Oh.
choice. I may not know karate, but I take on anybody for her. Yeah, her. Yeah, that's where I'd find an army, 'cause there ain't a single body like her. She's my girl. She's my girl. Yeah, every day's us against the world. Every day is us against the world. I wouldn't have it no other way. 'Cause she's always my first choice. She's my first choice. My first choice. Oh, 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 my first choice. My first choice.
I like that. Okay. Let me get it. Okay. Dude, you also don't disappoint when it comes to harmonies in your songs. You have a different style than everybody else that submits. Like, I think yours is more so kind of classic R&B, like I said before many times, Michael Jackson-esque, just like an ode to the classic sound, you know? But in that, and that's not a bad thing, it's your style, and in that, your harmonies are done in a different way. They're less auto-tune, which again, there's no problem if you use or don't use. More, how can I say? Because like Riz, for instance, he does like a lot of harmonies, but it's like always like these intricate, interwoven, moving parts and things like that, which I love. And then your style is more so like just not a choir, but you know what I mean? Like all the voices are saying these long phrases together. So it's done in a different way, but it's again done in a very, very effective way. A full sound that you come out with. And I couldn't turn it up any more than it already was. I was my chat over here, not chat, my Streamlabs is turned all the way up, and then also my interface is turned all the way up. So unfortunately, I couldn't turn it up anymore. But they're always so full, and I love how full it sounds, at least in my headphones. I can tell you're giving the utmost care when you come up with these harmonies, and when you're processing these harmonies or panning them and doing the things that you need to do to make them sound as full as they sound. So I have a deep appreciation for the way that you approach your vocals, because it's always that clean, classic style. And there is always a space for that. There's always a space for any kind of style in music, because, you know, music is whatever you want it to be. It's the creator's vision, and however they can, you know, communicate that, they should. And so I appreciate how you stick true to yourself. And every time I feel like it just gets better each time you submit. I know at the, like, one of the very first times you submitted, you were a little bit, I won't say self-conscious, but you were kind of hesitant maybe, or like, you know, but I think you've come a long way, and I've seen the growth and in how you record your vocals and just how like polished they are. So I knew once I saw you super chat, I'm like, okay, there's definitely gonna be a submission here somewhere, and I know it's gonna have some deep harmonies, and it's gonna give me that like Jackson 5 feel without it sounding like Jackson 5. It like, it has the feel of it, but it doesn't copy it. You know what I mean? It has the inspiration of those times, the inspiration and feel of classic R&B without it just straight up being a copy and paste. You know, you make it your own. But I know, like you said here, you have to finish mixing an EQ, so I'm not going to say anything about the mix and EQ. But I could definitely see this being somebody's like two-step wedding anthem that they do at their reception, you know, celebration kind of thing. It's a fun and positive love song. I was not a mess, man. If you're a mess, everybody's a mess. It means a lot. I just want to grow. It's never a comparison game with me. I'm privileged to be around you all so much talent. Definitely. Bounce. Oh, you talking about something else? Bounce came out last night. From the album, I presume. From start to finish, that's a banger. A nod to another one. He definitely killed it. This is Jody. If you're referring to that last one I just played. Definitely love to hear that live. Oh, live. I could definitely, especially like with some background singers live, that would be awesome to hear. Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay, so let's go. I'm gonna try and, because I don't want to be here too long. Let's do Vernon next. Legendary Records. Oh, that's different than I. Took a different turn. There should be some vocals right here. Percussive vocals like. I'm telling you. Just little things like that. It'd make all the difference, I'm telling you. Yeah. No, my chair squeaking to the beat.
It's time to live your life through this song. Take your time and grow tonight. Take your time. The vibe is right.
I like the changes you've made. The journey. Yeah. Riz gets it too. I kind of want to ask what you made this in. Not that it matters, but... Is that it? Okay. So, first of all, this reminded me, some of like the vocal arrangements reminded me of like early 2010s, like alternative. Somebody said Cuddy, which is kind of fits in this, like the vocals. But I was thinking like quirky, like Janelle Monáe when she first came out. If you listen to her EP or mixtape, I don't know what they refer to it as, but it's one called The Audition. This is long before she got signed by Bad Boy and then subsequently Atlantic and all that stuff. She has this project out called The Audition that has similar sounds to this and similar arrangements to this. Very much early 2010s, late 2000s. And I can appreciate that soundscape. The shake it on the floor. When you put in those vocals and also use that stacking and kind of build up to that, that's really where I got that feel from. And just the beat is very quirky, you know? The beat is very quirky, but I like quirky beats. The only thing is I wish that at some points, just some points, maybe not all the time, but at some points I wish what B. Tate said. I think B. Tate said it. Yeah. I wish there was more of a foundation. I felt like it was lacking something to stand on, something strong to kind of keep it grounded, as I said earlier. Because there's no bottom really in this song. There's kicks happening, and there's even like kind of this. I think it's a electric piano probably on the lower end. But the song, there's really no bass. And so it's not that every song needs a bass. But when you think about the frequency range and, again, our pyramid, if we have a song here and we usually the bass is like that foundation, not usually, but most of the time, it's that foundation. It's what keeps everything just nice and situated. When that's not there, it feels more like a diamond of a song, where it's like the song is not really standing on anything, so it can kind of teeter and if you're thinking about like a physical building, you know, it can fall over type of thing. It's not really secure. It's not firm. And in musical terms, when you think of something that's not firm, you think of something it sounds unsure of itself. Not that it is unsure of itself, but it just sounds that way. So it's something that you didn't intend. So I would say you want to somehow establish that foundation, that low end on the song. So this would be another case where I would say to implement, you can layer some deeper, thicker drums, like a kick is what I'm referring to on here. That way it has like especially for this last part. Like, it doesn't have to be that aggressive, but you know what I mean? Like, just something that has a little bit more rumble or just like heft to it. It would do better, especially if you, and this is maybe a thought process that you can take on when you're making your songs. Because what I do is I imagine, how would this, first of all, how does it sound in the headphones right now? Okay, cool. How would this sound if I were to perform it live, or if somebody else were to play it at a club or a festival or wherever, or in their car? How would it sound, you know? So if you imagine this at a festival where there's like tons of bass going on and everything under the sun is happening at a festival in every sense you could, everything. Not that I've been to any festivals, but I know what goes on there. But just musically, let's stick to musically now. If your song were to be played in the same playlist as some of these other songs, it would be lacking. And that's not to compare your songs to other songs. It's just to say that every song has, for the most part, 99% of the time, every song's going to have that foundation in some way, shape, or form. Whether that is in a bass line, or whether that is a kick, or it could even be your vocals, like I said before. You just need a heftier bottom end. Right now, it's really lacking there. So you have the bright end, you have the mid-range for the most part, but you have no bottom. So I would say layer your kick with another kick that's more meaty, more bottom heavy, or you might even be able to EQ this one to have more bottom. But I would personally layer this with another kick, maybe like an 808 that you can tune down to like a more, you know, and that way you can start to build the foundation of your song, and the rest of the song can do what it's supposed to do in its range. It's not trying to make up for what's lacking at the bottom. There was another part where I was doing like this little thing with my voice, like when you did that transition. Right there. Like, just to introduce a little bit more of some playfulness, or like another layer of instrumentation that doesn't necessarily have to be an instrument. It's something very easy to do because you're using your own voice. You just record it. But I've done this quite a few times where I use my own voice as an instrument, and Michael Jackson too. That's kind of basically where I got it from. But like, just do some percussive like breathing, or just like some like, it sounds stupid, like it feels dumb when you're doing it, but when you record it, it makes all the difference. And that way you can kind of build on top of what you have going here, and it doesn't sound so repetitive, because that's one thing that can kind of hurt a song sometimes, when something is being repeated. So like the bum, 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 with these sounds, in order to make them not sound as repetitive, even though they're still doing the same thing, you just introduce one other factor, one other instrument, one other percussive thing. So in this case, could be that voice. And that would make it even more different because you're not using a typical whatever you would, do to fill this in, like hi-hats or whatever. You're just breathing and doing, stuff like that. It can quickly switch up the thinking of somebody who's listening to this and not saying like, oh, okay, I've heard this drum before. Okay. The moment you literally breathe into the song, your own percussive vocals, or even if you want to play, some instrumentation with whatever sounds you have, it'll automatically reset the person's brain. Like something new is here. This is kind of like the music equivalent of what video editors do. If you watch a Mr. Beast video, and then this is like the total extreme, I don't really like how much edit happened. I don't really like how much edits happen in a Mr. Beast video. There, I said it, got it out. Stumbling over my words. Because it's too much. It's like almost like I feel like I'm gonna have a seizure when I'm watching his videos. But there's this trick that they do, like you change the camera angle every 7 seconds, or you introduce like text on the screen every so often, and that way people's brains have something new to process, and it keeps you from clicking off of the video. The same thing can be done with music, but just with sound. You introduce something new here and there. It doesn't have to be throughout the entire song. It doesn't even have to be the same instruments that you use or whatever, but just something new, or a new chord progression or whatever. It makes the person's brain kind of reset from, oh, this thing was, looping. Now there's something new here. So let me pay attention. Just a little subtle trick that'll also keep your songs interesting, entertaining, changing, evolving over time, and keeping that forward motion. Because the last thing you want to do is have it be so repetitive that it just flatlines. You definitely want to introduce something to either bring somebody down and make them feel bad, or lift them up with something that's, more positive or whatever it's going to be, but something that introduces something different. But I like the overall idea here. Like I said, it reminded me of those early 2010s. And yeah, you do have a bit of a Kid Cudi like vocal. So I did like that there as well. I don't know anything about the Apollo Twin other than it's the DSP processing and it's a good audio interface. I can't really tell you, if anybody else knows. I had one for a while, but I returned it because it was $600 at the time, and I needed that money. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't. Not today. All right, let's fulfill that. Just use a MIDI keyboard and a Focusrite and GarageBand. Apollo Twin Duo is just another audio interface made by Universal Audio. It's a really good one. It has onboard processing, so you don't have to use plugins in your DAW and take up processing power. But then that also means you have to use Universal Audio's plugins. So if you're somebody like me and has a bunch of waves or isotope or all that stuff, it's like, I'm going to use my plugins anyway, so do I need DSP? Yeah. After that, you have to click 1 or 2 depending on where your mic is, and then press the mic button symbol. Oh, you're talking about the Twin. Okay. Sounding unsure is definitely true. I made this probably a month after I started trying to write, produce, and sing, so unsure is correct. Bro, sometimes I surprise myself, I spend more than 10,000 hours making music, much more than 10,000. I probably spend like a 6-figure range, if that's even possible. So when I hear this music and I make these guesses about people's mixes or why things sound the way that they sound, they're just guesses, but they're very educated guesses. And sometimes I wonder if I'm wrong, but you saying that kind of confirms that I am an expert. Okay, give yourself some credit sometimes, Lorenzo. that reminds me of something else. You know, I want to say it so bad. Sometimes I just be having to let people know, like, you're coming to me because I'm an expert at what I do, which is why I charge the price that I charge. And this is just confirmation that what I'm saying is not just me blowing smoke up my own booty hole. I know what I'm talking about. I try to be modest, man, but sometimes you just gotta let the people know. Confirmation. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Joseph, you are next.
Now one day's coming, it's hard to let them go.
This is tight.
I'm hanging on every memory like the first time you've been a pole. There's nowhere I'd rather be, that smile's as good as gold.
Oh, luscious.
I gave you everything I had and a little more. But if I find myself outlined out there on the other side, I'll sit right with my soul.
Woo! You better sing, bro.
God, don't let me go, 'cause I want all those things I felt when I held you in mine, to sit right with my soul.
A little Nas X.
God, don't let me go, I wanna know.
This is definitely something I would play on a road trip.
All I wanted was to give them the life we all chasing. Hand on the Bible with mud on our faces. Oh, not perfect, no. When I come pulling in from work and you run up to the truck, got me wondering in my life how'd I get so lucky. Oh, where'd all that time go? But if I find myself outlined out there on the other side, I'll sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go, 'cause I want all those things I felt when I held you in mine, to sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go, I wanna know.
Make your car booty tremble. Oh, the banjo too. Let's go.
But if I find myself outlined out there on the other side, I'll sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go, 'cause I want all those things I felt when I held you in mine, to sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go, I wanna know.
That's why I love this channel, man. Different music, all kinds. Everybody's welcome here. That was a nice change of pace, a nice change in sound. Man, this is why I say this all the time. I say this all the time, but this is why I love this channel, why I love the live streams here and my subscribers. As much as like it can be difficult to run a channel that's eclectic like this, because like if you're not niche down and whatever, then like your views are kind of spread like only, you know, like it's certain people will only watch certain things. But when we have these live streams, it's the best thing because we have so many different types of music, from R&B to cinematic soundtracks to, you know, throwbacks to the 70s to country songs. Like I love the mixed bag that we get here. So I have to say thank you for submitting this. I loved your stacking on the vocals. that was perfect. It was full. It was just ever so like slightly grimy when it needed to be. Like you had that tone in your voice, like just when it needed to be there, it was there. And when it needed to be just kind of more chilled out, it was. And so I appreciate that. I don't know if you made the beat, but if you did, that was also a really nicely done beat. The vocals went with it perfectly. This is something, and this is like one of like the top tier comments for me personally, because I love like road tripping, and I love playing songs on road trips when my stereo was working. It hasn't worked in like 3-4 years, but those are like some of the best songs because it just makes you contemplate, or it makes you just like look at the horizon. You know, I used to be a truck driver, and I used to always watch just the endless road that we would be driving on, or like the plains and you know, certain states and the hills of Tennessee, and like, you know, different things. It just kind of took me back to all these different memories, which again, music should make you feel something. And that's what it made me feel. It made me feel comfortable and warm. That's why I had to bring the, you know, the candle up front. You know, if this were a show, everybody would have their cell phones with the lights on or whatever. But I love the writing of this song, your performance and how you communicated the lyrics, how you stacked and panned everything. It felt very full. The arrangement of the music with the melody of what you were singing went together perfectly. And I the breaks that you had in there, to the build-ups as well. Perfect way to tell a sonic story, a perfect way to bring somebody on a ride, on a journey. As you know, we're doing the same thing that movies do. We're doing the same thing, but just in a shorter period of time. We have to bring people on these roller coasters with us. And you were able to do that. You have a great voice. I think the only thing I would say in terms of like what I would do to the mix of the song is maybe get the vocals down. Let me see.
I find myself outlined out there on the other side. I'll sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go, 'cause I want all those things I felt when I
I'm gonna cry.
held you in mind, to sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go.
So good. God, like that's what I'm talking about. You know, like the emphasis where it needs to be. let me reel it back. I'm a little emotional. There's just something about like certain melodies, certain tones of voice, and then putting that combination together with a certain type of instrumentation. So like that banjo, the picking of the guitar, like it just, for me, it just makes me emotional. It just makes me very emotional. So you got one here. I was going to say, just mix the vocals like down in volume a little bit so that they kind of sit in a bit more with the music, but don't turn them down like too much to where the music is outshining the vocals. You still want them to be in the forefront, but I think right now they're just a smidge too loud. Also, what could help with this, instead of just turning them down, but I would still turn them down just a little bit. But I would also recommend, especially for this song, a song like this, and especially on your stacks, get a reverb on there, because when you sing that stuff like this,
God, don't let me go, 'cause I want all those things I felt when I held you in mind.
Like, you need that space, just that atmospheric runoff of your voice. I know right now they're pretty dry. I don't know if that's done on purpose or if you just don't want the reverb there. So this is just a suggestion, but parts like that God, you would hear just the tail of the reverb. That God,
Sit right with my soul.
sit right in my, like, and then when you sing these parts that you emphasize, the God, like you'll hear the reverb kind of like, the tail of it will just kind of like lead off of what you're saying, and it's kind of like it also helps to tell the story, because songs like this will make people think about any kind of memories. Like, it doesn't matter what you're talking about, but it'll make people like flash back, and like a way that you can further along this feeling is for a reverb to be there, because then you have like this it was just in my head. I had the perfect like analogy. These remnants of your voice, okay? You want to play with that, with the processing of the vocal. So whether you use like a very slight delay, a very subtle delay kind of in the background, God, let me go, like one that you turn down, but then a reverb I would definitely recommend, because you can give it that sense of there's remnants of your voice still being heard even though you stop singing. So that would also in turn make someone feel as if they're flashing back. And this is why you also hear in a lot of movies when there's like flashbacks and it kind of goes in that underwater like sound, but then it gets very reverby when they're having a flashback. It's done intentionally to make people feel like they're having a flashback. So to help you kind of get somebody in that mood even more so, you've already done a very great job. But to do it on the processing side, introduce that reverb, and just have that thing go so that the tail of everything you sing can be heard and slowly fade out, and just has that kind of airiness to your song, that atmosphere that you build to your song. And those emphasized parts will be even more powerful, because of it's almost like when you hear like a studio recording of somebody's song and it sounds great, but then when you see them live in an actual like stadium or whatever, and then they sing something and they stop singing, and it just you hear like the echo and the carrying on of their voice. I'm telling you, that's all it needs. It doesn't need it, but just, for suggestion's sake. Wrote it for my kids. This means the world. It was about taking that feeling with me when I'm not there. Man, oh man, I can feel it. I can feel it. I can definitely feel it. Everybody can feel it here. In the military, about to retire. Wow. No wonder, dude. No wonder I'm feeling it. Whoo. I felt every bit of that. And just, even if I weren't to understand a word you were saying, I could feel the emotion in the heaviness, the longing, in the entirety of the song, but like especially how you were just like, this is why I tell people, when you record your songs, you have to make sure that you're doing it with the utmost intention, and not just like, it's okay to read from your phone and stuff like that, because some people they can't really memorize their stuff right in and there. But don't let that keep you from performing, and not even performing, but feeling what you perform, feeling what you record. It is definitely felt. As much as people probably don't want to admit and think like it's some mumbo jumbo, whatever. If you don't, you could sing circles around Adele if you want to, or around Bruno Mars. But if there's no feeling there, it's just going to be a good sounding vocal, right? Nobody's going to feel it. I've said enough. This is a great song. That's a great song. Yeah. Let me breathe. All right. I think I just did 4. So let's do. That was a great song. I can't get over it, man. Most definitely. Thank you for being here and for subscribing. But most importantly, thank you for sharing your art, your heart. You can't spell heart without art, and you can't spell art without art. I'm probably gonna play that as a closing song of the stream. That was just too good. Let's jump into some of these emails. Let me just who didn't I get? Let's do Marcus. Are you still here, Marcus? And ooh, excuse me. Still at work? I'm about to do your song right now. Thank you for the feedback, Legend. Love the stream. Thank you so much for being here, for submitting, and for vibing with everybody. It's very much appreciated.
Can't seem to find direction, searching for the answers to all these crazy questions.
This is Marcus.
Inside my head, but I took a wrong left.
This beat is tight.
Wrong right.
Melodies are tight.
Darkness coming fast, looking for the light. I'm so sick of guessing.
You guys are so talented.
Direction, but I'm still looking for you. And all of my life's lessons are preaching and they're pressing. Put me on a path that is looking for you. Send me
oh,
and I will follow. So I can't figure it out on my own. I can't figure it out where to go. Send me your location.
Great arrangement.
I will follow. So I can't figure it out on my own. I can't figure it out where to go. Send me your location and I will follow. So I can't figure it out on my own.
Send me location. Send me. Woo.
Your location and I will follow.
That's fire.
I can't figure it out on my own. I can't figure it out where to go. I'm not in
Yes.
search of blessings. Just give me your presence. Peace instead of stressing. That's what I need. But I took a wrong left. Then I took a wrong right. Had fun for a season, but now I'm fighting for my life. I'm so sick of guessing in senseless direction, but I'm still looking for you. And all of my life's lessons are preaching and they're pressing. Put me on a path that
I love it too. That's all it needs to be honest. Send me. Yeah.
and I will follow. So I can't figure it out.
Exactly.
I can't figure it out where to go.
Send me your location. Catchy. 238. Man, I wanted more. Even though it's 3 minutes, I wanted some more, bro. I inspired the harmonies? What is going on my back, bro? Okay, it's like when I breathe in. Okay. That's nice to hear. It always flips me out when people say I inspired like their harmonies or whatever, because like when I hear it, I'm like, dang, I wish I could make something like this. But then like, oh, you inspired it. Like, how? But it's just a matter of, you know, inspiration. Yeah, I know how it works, and it's an honor to even be considered in conversation like that, you know. Man, submissions are closed because I'm gonna do these free ones that I have, and then the rest of the paid, and then I'm gonna clock out. But I loved how simple this one was. It didn't need to be anything more than what it was. All day, every day, I will say when a song needs more, when a song needs less. But sometimes a song doesn't need either. Sometimes it just needs to live where it's at and just kind of not just serve its purpose, but for lack of a better term, stay in its lane. There's some songs that don't have to be grand, like arrangements and crazy, you know? And there's other ones that don't have to be like super acoustic and all that stuff. This was like a happy medium. I love songs that don't have like full-on beats. This was just a kick, a bass, some kind of piano, and some vocals. And it was still very effective. Got the message across, was very catchy, very memorable for that reason. Your vocal, your writing, your arrangement did the work that it needed to do, and it had the room to do that work because of the simplicity of the beat, because of, you know, how uncomplicated it was. It's not supposed to be complicated, you know, in this sense, in this song. But that chorus is nasty. Hey, what's up, Be Fatal? This is also a good example of how your vocals can kind of play along with the instrumentation, because there's something happening in the beat. There's like this muted like synth or something that's happening. It sounds like a reversed, I don't know. So it's like you're going from the send me, yeah, it's like a call and response. Perfect. Send me your location and I will follow, 'cause I can't figure it out on my own. I can't figure it out where to go. Send me your location. The stacking, the panning, I hear it all, and it's done very well. If I'm being honest, I don't. And I will follow, 'cause I can't figure it out on my own. I can't figure it out where to go. So dope, man. Send me your location for my life. I'm so sick of guessing in senseless direction, but I'm still looking. Oh, of course it's gonna stop. Wait. Can't seem to find direction, searching for the answers to all these crazy questions inside my head, but I took a wrong left. Just one thing, and this is a mere suggestion, this is me nitpicking if I had to. I wouldn't even say nitpicking, it's just like something if you want to try. To make that verse vocals slightly brighter. Just slightly. Like if I were to use a plugin, I would use Lander Voice, and there is a preset in there called Extra Air. Or you can literally record like you whispering. This is something that a lot of artists do also. They whisper stack their lyrics, and mix it like down a lot so that it doesn't sound like somebody's like, you know, singing in the mic like that, but just to where it has a little bit of that airiness to it and a crispiness to it, and turn the vocal up a smidge, a tiny smidge. I think what I'm trying to get at is just because it's there, I can hear it, I can understand it. That's not a problem. I think I would have it just slightly more present. Slightly. And by slight, I mean slight. Like, that's the thing about like mixing and making music sometimes. Like, some of the changes, they're not drastic changes. It could be like literally one nudge, and that's it. Like one knob turn, like boop. But it'll make all the difference for some reason. So that's why I say it's not even, this is just like super nitpicking, and it's not something that I would even say is important. I just slightly more present, but that's literally it. Everything else, I love the arrangement. I love the song. I love the mood behind it. These are my kinds of beats, my kinds of like stuff that I would feel like I would write or I would produce. So yeah, something high end, and I have a parallel compression bus. I can just a little bit, yeah, just a tiny bit. The auto-tune's fine in my opinion. It didn't feel like it was that much at all. I felt like my auto-tune was more than that. Location isn't uploaded yet due to I'm still working the outro. Okay. Electric guitar. Okay, gonna put it. That's nice. That'll be dope. Excuse me. Let's see. So we did. Let's see if you're still in here. K9, you're still in here? Are you still in here? Can you hear me, K9? Let me know if you're still in here, K9. And is Fresh in here? Send me your location and I will follow. K9, and Fresh. Everything fresh, man. Everything fresh. I remember that Ty Tribbett album. Everything fresh, man. Everything fresh. Drew, which submission is yours? Wait, SIM card, is one of those you? Blue do 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 do. Beep 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 beep. La la ba beep bow. Beep 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 beep. Thank you. It has been a chill day. I've really enjoyed this stream. I was kind of worried I'd be like on edge, but I have not been, and so that's a good feeling. My Tony Brad. I don't know that song. Yeah, I'm gonna do all the paid ones that I have. I have 3 more paid, but that's it for the paid ones, and I'm just trying to do like 1 more or 2 more free ones. I don't know. Is your name Fresh, or is your name, who's the other person? I forgot what the other person was. Yeah, I already forgot. Yeah, so if you paid, you're gonna get done. I got Andre, Cody, and Brennan. Those are my 3 paid ones. All the other paid ones I got 2. Yeah, K9 didn't respond. I'm doing emails though. Emails, guys, emails. So, and don't send me another one because I will know if you sent after I already said no more. What about Ahmed? Is Ahmed here? You sent something to free, but was it an email? I see you on the website. Okay, well, we'll do Larry, we'll do Brian Tate. And because emails are not responding. Oh, I just did the file upload. No, it's fine. You can do either or. I was just trying to give the email people a chance because, you know, but they tend to be the ones that leave kind of too soon. I can do, all right, so I'll do Larry, I'll do Brian, and I'll do Drew for free. The free ones, I'll do 90 seconds just so I can get out of here in a decent amount of time because I still have to do 3 more paid ones after that. But what is Drew? Which order number is yours? In the meantime, let's get to Larry. I'll close that. Stop the lo-fi, girl. Verse and chorus. Woo! This is nice.
Yelling, calm down, trying to argue. Not now, I'm not gonna give you what you want. You get into emotional. We can talk, but in a lower tone. Lately, where you been? Who is she? What is this? We're enemies. Why you questioning me? I thought we agreed that we were not official. If something's changed, then tell me I'm entitled. Said I'm not ready to commit. I told you this in the beginning. If you down, be down. But if you're not about, I'll explore my options. I've been around the world and I've kicked it with so many girls and have some connections, yeah.
Yeah.
This girl, she knows just how to work about it. I can be somebody, yeah. I got too many options, girl, don't you make me choose. Got too many damn options, please girl, don't make me choose. I got too many
Super.
options, girl, don't you make me choose. Got too many damn options, please girl, don't make me choose. Now when I'm off, you good till you're pissed off. I don't understand, you're switching up the plan. We shouldn't have a problem, but you seem to cause them. I'm not trying to solve none. You throw things and I dodge them, yeah. It's like me, where you been? Who is she? What is this? We're enemies. Go, why you questioning me? I thought we agreed that we were not official.
I'll let it play chorus one more time.
Tell me I'm entitled. Said I'm not ready to commit.
Or this part right here.
I told you this in the beginning. If you're down, but if
He
you're
said-
not about, I'll explore my options. I've been around the world and I've kicked it with so many girls and have some connections, yeah. I met this girl, she knows just how to work about it. I can choose. Got too many damn options. Please, girl, don't make me choose. I've been around the world and I've kicked it with so many girls and have some connections, yeah. I met this girl, she knows just how to work her body.
I love that.
I can please her body, yeah. Calm down, tryna argue.
All right. So I'm gonna stop it here. But okay, so I love your the whole thing sounds sounds nice. The arrangement, the idea, the harmonies. My favorite harmony in this whole thing was the and the what along with that sounds like something that I would do. That's why I like it a lot. But song was hard. Just came back. What I heard sounded cold. Yeah. I started to body roll suddenly. It's one of those songs, dude. I also like the subject matter. I think you were saying like something about having too many options. So your lyrical content was good as well. I would say, I don't know if you produced the beat, but the beat was smashing also. I liked the bottom heavy kick, and I'm a huge fan of like very crackly or snappy like snares or claps. Claps I used to use all the time when I first started producing with that long reverb, man. So I have an appreciation for the production of this song as well. I don't know if it's the master that made it sound this way, but I do think it might have a bit too much brightness for my taste. Not that it makes the song sound bad, but I think in terms of the vocal and the music itself, at some points it did sound like the music was overbearing, like it was in the way of the vocal instead of accompanying the vocal. So let me get some context here. Okay, so you hear that keyboard, the like I think I would have to see the chain on all the instruments and all the vocals in here, but it sounds like you have reverb on quite a bit of things in the song. And as a result, because we know that a reverb is sound bouncing off of something else and coming back to us, it sounds like the sound of everything is bouncing off and like all returning. And so as a result, it makes the mix sound kind of clustered, a little bit muddy. Everything sounds like it's converging in one area when really you want there to be some space in between. Not that you want things to sound totally separate. You don't want the song to sound like it's in pieces, or that this snare is way over here doing its own thing while the vocals are way over here doing its own thing. You want it to still sound cohesive, but you don't want it to sound so together that nothing has room to work its magic in its own confined space. And so when I talk about the keyboards and the instrumentation, the mid-range I think is pretty, there's a lot of congestion there. There's a lot of traffic there. There's a lot of brightness in the song as well, which there's no problem with, but I think you want a good balance in your song. You don't want everything to sound bright or to have that hiss to it, to have that bright, kind of sharpness to it. You want some things to have more muted, more low, more subby sound. You want some things to sound more bright. You want some things to be in the mid-range to where it's kind of in between the two. That's why they call it mid-range, Lorenzo. So since I don't know what your chain is looking like on all of your instrumentation and your vocals, I can't really say for sure what to subtract or what to fix, or not fix, but like what to change, you know? But just think about it in terms of what space is this thing occupying, this kick or this snare or this vocal. What space in the soundscape are they occupying? And how can I make it to where it resides more in that space without it being isolated from everything else? And that can help you. That's actually a really good way to visualize and help you make better mixing decisions. Yeah, because I think because you have reverb, especially on that clap, that's a really big like reverb point in this song, and I don't think that should be taken away because it makes the song feel grand. But when the reverb on the vocals or whatever else you might have it on, or whatever that's causing that really bright sound, when that's kind of like it seems like it's applied on a lot of things, then it doesn't really leave the room for that separation. So just think about what you can maybe subtract it from. So like the kick, for instance, if that's like raw, not raw, but you know what I mean, like without a reverb or something that's like leading that brightness. The bass as well. And then the intensity of the reverb, like the reverb can be on everything if you want it on everything, but the intensity of it shouldn't be the same on everything. Again, I can't say if that's the case or not, but if that is the case, just think about which instrumentation or vocals should have less reverb or should have a different type of reverb that's not so much of a tail on it, and which instruments or vocals can have more of that reverb where it makes more sense, like your vocals, singing vocals, or the clap. Yeah. It might also be a compression thing, because I know compression, really extreme compression can make something sound bright, extremely bright. One of my albums was actually mastered with, I can't remember what it was mastered with. This was like quite a while ago, one of my earlier albums before I became Legend, where every song that was on it, because we threw it through this mastering software, every song on it sounded really, really trebly and really bright. And I think it might be the same thing here. Might be, like, you know. So that's just something to think about. But in terms of the execution of the song, the arrangement of the song, the writing of the song, how it was written, the harmonies, oh man, all that stuff was good. I think it's just a mixing thing, and just toning down where you feel you need to tone down, and then accentuating where you feel you need to accentuate. But these are all things that come with time in a session, time in making music, and just knowing, like, you know, how you want to go about it. I didn't mix, but got everything you're saying. But it helps out in the... that helps the... I'm not sure what you meant there. That's why I'm here. Tips on my next project. Yeah, I mean, like that, you know, because I'm well aware that a lot of the songs that people submit to me are already out. So these are more so, if people can't apply this to a song because it's already out, then it's more so for like going down, you know, in the next creations, like how to approach a song, you know, the things to think about. And even the song, even the album that I mentioned that I had, you know, mixed and mastered this way, it was out too, and I couldn't fix it. I couldn't do anything about it. So, and it's still out to this day. Not under Legend, of course, but under my other name, Enzo. I may have missed the tip, but rolling off the high end / low end on some of your reverbs will help. Yeah. I mean, I think I said that in so many words. Just making it sound less bright, in other words. But there is definitely a way to kind of get a more precise reverb, because some of these reverbs you can do dynamic EQing and that's stuff that even I don't do with my own music. So I feel it wouldn't be right for me to sit here and preach about that when I know I generally do like just the overall stuff. But I know some people, they go as far as, you know, those dynamic compressors where it compresses certain frequency ranges at certain times where certain things are hitting. Listen, man, I'm just trying to put a song out. I ain't got time for all that. I got enough on my plate. If I'm the one mixing my stuff, I'm doing, you know, the overarching, like, what's the simplest way I can. But there's people, and obviously, like, as time goes on, and I kind of, because I'm still growing myself, you know. These are things that I would implement myself as well, and then I can teach that stuff more so. I have not. Whoa. Oh, this is Beat Tate. Yeah! I was hoping you would do that. I gotta play that again. Hold on.
That first day of spring,
sexual.
I loved you and started to sing. I was only a boy with my heart in my hand, and since that day I have loved you again and again.
You need that note in there. That note in there. Oh, so good, so luscious. Yeah. One more time. Yeah. Woo! It's so creamy. Yeah. That's I ain't got no drink here to take a shot. That it's short, but it's, boy, is it sweet. I gotta give you kudos for that. Those harmonies were fire. Those harmonies were clean. They were well done, well recorded. The beat, I don't know if you made the beat, but if you did, the beat was very smooth as well. Everything just kind of flowed like, even though I don't drink milk, I like the way milk looks when you pour it out, when it's good, not when it's clumpy and old. And but when you pour milk, let's say almond milk, okay, because I will drink that, or oat milk. When you pour that out, it just looks something about the way milk looks or cream looks when it's coming out. I know somebody's gonna think something else about that. It's satisfying. One of those oddly satisfying things, and this felt like I was pouring like a Starbucks like coffee, you know, just like steamy cup. I don't know how else to explain it, but it was what it needed to be, and it was short. It was very sweet. I did it all. Nice. Stop, dude. I would slam Sam. What? I would slam Sam into this for real. Oh man. Talking about, dude. He's saying the most random stuff. I just realized I had to do like. Okay, let me keep it going. Let me keep it going. So we're gonna do Drew, and we got 3 more paid ones. All right. I'll try to keep it. You ain't slamming Sam into Jim. Bruh. First song you've written in years. Dang, that's what's up. Oh yeah, I like that flip. Good mix. Punchy kick. Poppy snare. Oh! Do-do-do. Hey yo, yo, I know that. I'm going with that. I want to be the one to be your own man. Stuff like this makes me want to rap. I might do that next time, Torres. Show my first performances. I got them all. This sample is utilized very well. Lauryn Hill, yes. Use your pastor's sermon as a vocal element? That's what's up. Is that what that vocal is? I think. Nice. It's my time. Dude, time. It's my time. I can't think about that right now. Man. Yeah, I had to let that one ride. Love the horns. I can't get my horns to sound less artificial. Depends on what kind of horns you're using. Thank you. I have a little bit of training doing some scats. We used to scat all the time in school doing our jazz songs. That stuff was fun, but this took me there. This took me back. This reminded me of kind of like some DJ Quads type stuff. Who's a very dope producer in his own right. But yeah, that was there's nothing for that. It's just that was a dope song. That was some boom bap slap. I was freestyling that whole track. I know. See, if I was trying to freestyle myself, I know you were. Native instruments, horns is all I got. That's all I got too. Depends on which ones you have. I have session horns though. Session horns and something. It's some of the contact stuff, but it's all native instruments. But basically, what you do is you just gotta use the different types of horns that they have. They have ones that have like the accents and the boom, crescendos and all those different things. So you have to just kind of play them. It's hard for me to explain. I want to make a video about this, but I don't know, how to make the video clickable. You know what I mean? I have the idea, but it's like you got to think about gotta make people click at the thumbnail and blah blah blah. I'm tired of that stuff, man. I just want to make the video. It's too much to think about. Exactly. It's definitely too niche. It's because I've tried stuff like that before with drums and stuff, and it's just like. So I got to figure out a way to maybe incorporate it into something else. But there's a way to make it sound realistic. You just have to put certain types of those. Certain types of those horns on certain lines. So like the crescendo one, you put it on one instrument selection. Then you put the legato, like longer horns where they're holding a note on another one, so that when you want the horn to like stop or have the like stuff like that, you just play it, and then the next one I don't even know if that makes any sense to you. It makes sense in my head. Next up is Andre Rivera. I'm probably gonna get hopefully it's not gonna be too long before I go, but I will get through these, I promise. So Andres, Twitch streamer, let's go.
Now hold on, wait a minute.
Nice. Please freestyle.
Talking about love, babe. Giving what I'm giving, but I know, goddamn, I think I mean night day, mate. I just introduced myself. I'm a man of a lot to school to sell. Got a lot of school and see up top myself. Run around from the people, check yourself. Give my son living. Baby, don't know what the fuck the ribbons. Be legends on top of legends. Feeling so fucking depressed and mental. Moving my brain up. Feeling so crazy, I may just take off my time in the plane, but I'm running around from my mind. Damn, can I
knew it.
I need a little bit of that time. Feeling crazy in my mind. Yeah, give me something different, baby. Know I gotta get it from the middle. Everybody got a little bit of time. It's okay, I feel alright, babe. Give me my sense on top of that perk, and I'm running around, baby. I'm playing, I'm flying. So damn,
it's fire.
Like a tower, taking my time like I'm moving the minds, and everybody been running around like I've been a while, but still I don't know why I'm taking the time.
I like that switcher right there.
No way. Call it like hey.
Sometimes you just gotta freeze. Oh, that was tight.
It's okay, babe. Don't worry about my life. I run around getting strife, taking my time, get it right. I know you feeling so crazy, baby. Lately, we've been taking it shady. Maybe we can take me a baby, safely. Looking at you like, baby, we running this sailing like what's a McLaren moving 60 on a melee mile. I gotta hit it back to what you gotta do, baby. What you running from, baby? We gonna do the things we do. It's okay, run around with a bit of that little track, but I'ma take my time on the back stuff. Get it back from the baby when I'm racked up. Hey, okay, hey, hey. Take it back to the 888. Run it back to the 808. Gotta get it back, 808. And I'm A-okay. Don't worry about me, Mayday. Plain crushing, looking at you like you been bashing. I got crushing heavily. Gotta get it when I'm running from the back stuff. Why you acting so bashful? Why you acting so bashful?
Definitely. Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting it to end that fast. Definitely Kendrick type beat. That was definitely a Kendrick vibe on that one. So you said you were having writer's blocks. So you did a free. So this was freestyled? That was a dope freestyle, dude. And Torres was trying to get somebody to freestyle. I mean, we got one. We didn't know it was, but we got one. See how things work out, dude. I do too. Those drums, that's what caught my attention first and foremost because of how, again, how punchy the kick was and how poppy the snare is. I'm a big fan of those two things in combination. The boom, boom, boom. Like, it's just something about it, you know? Kind of reminiscent to got a condo in Manhattan. Not the same kind of like programming, but just the way that it sounds. They're so crispy. So yeah, that was it. And for a freestyle too, that was definitely it. I wish I could freestyle like that. There's like days where I can freestyle for like maybe like 8 bars at max. But to do a whole full on like nah. Voice clean too, effects but tone and cadence.
Little bit of that time, feeling crazy in my mind.
And this is actually I paused it on the perfect part because that was a good example of having some dynamic processing to your rap vocal without it being a reverb. In this case, it's a delay, and it seems like it's a ping pong delay, I think.
Can I run back? I need a little bit of that time, feeling crazy in my mind. Yeah.
My. If you hear that. So there's different ways to add like some dynamics to your raps without using a reverb if you want to, add something to it. So this is kind of a almost at a visual example. No, an audible example of how you can do that. So you did something very well here that I've been talking about all night. So that's one good way to process your rap vocals. Compressors, delays, light reverbs. We also heard, not in this song, but some other songs where there's like shift in the pitch and things. That definitely is a very Kendrick type thing to do, shifting the pitch and all that stuff. But I love the cadence in this as well. Like Hoodie said, I loved how you carried the beat and how the beat carried you. It was kind of like a group effort, And that's where you want to be in any song, really, is a group effort instead of it just one outshining the other, or, everything's got to be cohesive. And even as a freestyle, I think this demonstrates a cohesive sound.
Give me something different, baby. Know I gotta get it from the middle. Everybody got a little bit of time.
That switch up right there, like everything also not having the same rhythms throughout. Like you got to switch it up at some points. Change up the flow a little bit. Sometimes you go faster, sometimes you go slower. Sometimes you have the breaks like that were happening earlier on in the song, and then other times you just assault people with the like, yeah, you got it there. So yeah, in terms of, again, this is another song that I don't want to try and make up something that I think you should have or shouldn't have. I like the song. Only be described as feeling yourself. Yeah. Honestly, to do freestyle, you have to be in a sort of mood that can only be described. Oh, that's what you're. Yeah. Exactly. Check my texts. Okay. So thank you for that submission. I wish I could just freestyle like that. I mean, you got something there, man. And maybe that's another thing maybe that other people can learn from is like, you don't always have to have the pressure of making something. Like, I know writer's block is tough, and like trying to get out of writer's block, a lot of people try to force themselves to write something or force themselves to come up with a song or whatever. Like, oh, you know, maybe if I just do. Sometimes just go in there and have fun. Go in there and just record something, try something, fiddle around, you know, be a little fiddler on the roof. You guys don't even know what that is. Shout out to all my musical theater heads out there. But yeah, it can inspire its own creativity, you know, just by you experimenting and just, if you have it in you to do, and even if you don't, just try it. You never know. I've had some of my lyrics come out by mistake by just freestyling nothing but gibberish. So go read that SMS, fam. Yes, sir. But thank you for that submission. That was dope. That was dope indeed. And then we have our last paid submission here is Brennan. Dante Kelly comes a knocking. Oh, this is smooth. Oh, lay it down, lay it down. The mood is perfect. I'm gonna say that. Yeah, it is. Windows down, downtown street lights passing. That guitar is nasty. Woo, okay. It's like a perfect balance of smooth and edgy. Maybe like even like Miguel, kind of, you know? Early Miguel. Like a Miguel ballad, you know? Need a vocalist? Get Legend on it. I be feeling everything. Almost everything. I just like vibing, you know? Hey. Yes, perfect. That was very satisfying. That was satisfying. Again, another good balance of, like I said, smooth and grit, edgy, and that nice, like, soft R&B vibe. And for being unmixed, that's actually, the mix sounds relatively good. I mean, I know obviously, you know, you can go on and do your work as you see fit, but for something unmixed, that still sounds really good. So mixed is going to sound even better. We need some collabs between this chat. We've had some before. Honestly, we've had, I think, 2 or 3 collabs in the chat from previous people that have been here. So JR did one, I think, with Sophie. And then Monet did one with, was it Riz? And I did one with Riz. Somebody else did one, I want to say. Like, some of this stuff was like 2 years ago. Dang, it's crazy to think about 2 years ago. Good God, man, that's a long time. But definitely down for more. I'm waiting on Legend for collab. For is there? Are you just waiting for me to be like available? Is that what you're saying? Or was there a specific song? Because I know there was one I couldn't do because I was going through it at the time. This is prior to me knowing my diagnosis. So honestly, I was very disorganized. I still low-key am, but I'm since I'm taking medication now, I can sort of tackle things better, get my life organized. But yeah, make a song now. I am at the end of my stream. I need to eat. I haven't eaten all day. My dog hasn't eaten yet. He's got to be taken for a walk too. Babies were made during this live. Yo. Oh, you'll be down here next month. What's next month? April? Depends when. I know I'm going to be in LA, but that's going to be for WrestleMania weekend. What's up, Malika? I'm going to be in, whatchamacallit, I forget what week that is, though. But let me know the dates. I'm not going to lie. I do want to be more social. At the same time, I am still, I have to get out of this hump of, like, I don't know what to refer to it as, but ever since I built the studio, I've only had one person in here. I've had one person come in here, and that's not because people don't want to come. They do, but it's like, a sense of like nervousness. And also, you know, it's just like having people over. It's a new thing for me. So maybe that's been part of my anxiety as well. I can't lie, you know. Shout out to everyone's music. You guys made covering a shift on a Saturday way better. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, it's like my special place, you know? And so I know, and not saying you're like gonna disrespect the place, because I know we've been talking before, but that's like one of my fears. Like when I open this up to like regular clients, like regular people outside of the live streams and stuff, I'm like, bro, y'all better respect my space, man. This that's like always on my head, but I gotta get over that. You know, this is supposed to be my business, right? It's a tough hurdle. I don't know why. It's just a tough hurdle. Maybe because I'm so used to my studio being in my bedroom, and I obviously didn't bring people over to my bedroom to record. It was always like, let me just send you some music and you record it where you need to record it. So I think I still have that mindset, but I need to get out of that because I'm not in my bedroom. Need to represent the British family. I will be doing the same. I'm gonna be out there. I'm gonna be out there with my British citizenship. In due time, I'm all sweating. Yeah, honestly, it did. COVID, like I used to be so outgoing and like interacting with people I didn't know, and you know, had no problem staying at hostels and stuff. But now, like, because we got locked down for that whole year, ever since then, I've been like, I think it really did mess with a lot of our brains, you know, in the way we think, because we had less socialization. And even though the world's opened up now, it's like getting used to all that stuff. Even 3 years later, you know, that stuff can do a number on you, man. It's wild how all that works. It's so wild. So wild. In a new city to connect with other artists. Do Zoom that's another thing I want to do too. Do concerts. Anthony really wants me to do a concert. He's been asking me to do one for about 3 years now. Ever since I built this, he's like, dude, do a concert on live stream. And I want to do it. I gotta plan it though, because I mean, even if I sit down and sing, it'll be fine. But you know, I want stuff to look cool and have like the lighting, and you know, that'd be sick. It'd be so sick. But yeah, so this song, this beat, super smooth, super nice. I love the guitar that you did in there. The arrangement on the keys were great. And, you know, with the candle lit and everything, as with some of the songs that we had here tonight, it was just very mood setting. And I can appreciate that a lot. I love your arrangements, man. And I think your stuff also, I spoke to Jody about this as well earlier today. But your stuff, I think, has also definitely, I can hear the improvements. And this goes for everybody that's been submitting since like the beginning up until now, since I've been doing these music review live streams, because I've been doing them about 3 years now, or 2.5, because I guess end of 2020. So that's technically not 3 years yet, but you get it. Everybody's taken a step up in the songs that they've been making, and how they've been producing, how they've been recording, how they've been mixing. And so I notice the growth. And it's inspiring even me to continue making music so I can grow, because I don't make nearly as much music as I probably should. Rather, I don't finish as many songs as I probably should. That's what it is. I make plenty of music, but I don't finish as much. Actually, both. because I mostly make more videos than I make music, which is kind of sad. Sad and good. I don't know. Whatever. I record vocals in Logic, and I make the beats in Machine. Sometimes I make beats in Logic too, but that just depends on, you know. My nose is super dry. It's like church for me. Sunday league football tomorrow. That's what's up. You're at Full Sail. I hear a lot about Full Sail. I know somebody that, I don't personally know them. I kind of do, I guess, but via the internet. All they do is swear by Full Sail. So I hear good things about that place. When do you do these reviews or send notifications? So the reviews, I mean, it's basically this year, it's been all that I've been doing. Every other Saturday. So the next one won't be this coming Saturday. It'll be the one after that. So 2 Saturdays from today. Which is, I don't want to look, what's the date? Not the 10th, but the 18th. But honestly, I think that I always do reviews whenever I stream, because I'm always open to earning a little bit of extra. You know, when people want to pay, I'm never going to turn that down, because listen, when AdSense is low, it helps. Can't lie. So I always accept reviews no matter what I'm doing on stream, but there's times where I specifically focus on doing reviews, and those are the times that I do the free plus paid reviews. Otherwise, when I'm like making music or whatever, those are generally, I only do like paid ones, unless there's like a time where we have, you know, some free time, then I can get into some free ones too. But I think the next one, I'll see how I feel, and I'll show as much. But the next one, I really do want to make some music. I was planning on doing that today, but we got so much good music from you guys. I'm like, nah, let's just do another, just keep it music review the whole time. So we'll see. I would love to write a song, to produce a song, write a song, all that stuff. It's been a while since I've done one on stream. The whimper, yo, cause like, you know, I like being honest, but at the same time, because I watch so many YouTube videos about these creators who, like, they get on their channel and they say, or like even streamers on Twitch and stuff, oh my gosh, the money's low, and they're complaining and saying this stuff, like trying to guilt their followers into giving stuff, or like, and I never want to come across that way. So like when I say these things, it's like I'm second guessing if I should say it in my head or not. Like, should I tell them? Because like, what if they think I'm just trying to get sympathy or trying to, you know, get one over on them, which is never the case. But at the same time, I'm an honest guy, and I just want to be truthful, because most people think I'm making thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on this YouTube channel. Even when I was still working out of my bedroom, they thought I was like, bro, I wouldn't be in my bedroom if I was making all that money, right? But I like people to know like what's for real, you know, even though nobody asked for it. I'm just like, bro, somebody has to be real on here. And if it's going to be anybody, it's going to be me. So I'll let you know when dollars are low. This is the lowest I've been getting paid by AdSense since I've had this channel, or since I've monetized this channel, because one of my videos YouTube took down, and I think it was because everybody in the video was like, oh, this thing is giving me a virus. I was showing people like how to download songs off of YouTube and put into GarageBand. And it was one of those sites where like when you click the download button, it gives you like a random pop-up that says your computer has a virus, but it's a pop-up. It's not real. So I got tons of comments saying this, and then YouTube took the video down, and that halved my AdSense in half overnight. So I'm still paying my bills because I'm good with my money. I keep an emergency savings specifically for this, but also I manage my sponsorships as best as I can, because not all of them are reasonable. To where I don't have to like do, you know, cruddy things, but at the same time I don't want to always be like on edge about my income. So yeah, I talk candidly about this stuff, but it does feel weird sometimes. But that's also why I mentioned earlier in the stream, you will be seeing me push my memberships more. You probably will see me push some what do they call them? Some vocal packs or whatever that you can put using Logic and GarageBand. I'm gonna build some ones that have stock versions as well, so like you can only use stock plugins if you don't have any of the plugins I have. You know, I'm gonna start selling my beats. That's something that I have like okay, maybe not thousands of beats, but I have at least like 1,000 beats to sell, but I just haven't like promoted them because I don't want people to think I'm like, here, buy this too, like shoving things down their throat. But at the same time, if you're a business, you have to push your product, otherwise nobody knows that there's something to buy. So there's a lot of humps I have to get over in my head, you know. I don't want people to feel like every other company is making me feel, and that's like just taking advantage of people. No. So that's why I've been so slow to doing all that stuff. By a lot of these companies, I feel so taken advantage of. Or these like programs where, learn how to do this and help your business. This project is only going to cost you $2,500 and the normal price is $7,000. Like, bro, you're lying. It's not $7,000. It's $2,500 to begin with, and then you're just acting like you're giving people a deal. I don't want people to feel like they're being taken advantage of ever. It's not fun. So I just got to figure out a way to do it that is genuine and not salesy, not like, do we have a car for you, folks? You know? Oh, it's so annoying, Hoodie. They assume so much. Oh, man. You must be making... Like, I once had somebody come in my DMs on Instagram and ask me to pay their college tuition. No joke. They wanted me to pay for their books, and they asked me, can you pay for my tuition at college? And I'm like, this was before Mr. Beast was even a thing. I'm like, bro, who do you think I am? I couldn't even pay for myself to go to college. Bro, I'm sitting over here with doggone... I'm not going... That's telling all my business. I'm not going that far. But I got debts, you know? And these people... I'm like, yeah, this stuff is fancy, but all this was purchased on credit cards that I'm still paying off. And that's just the nature of business. You got to kind of take a risk in that sense to grow your stuff, but it is stressful. I don't like loans. I don't like credit cards. But luckily for me, I have a dad that taught me how to manage these things for the most part, and I'm just deathly afraid of owing people. So that's also why I am good at managing my money and making people think I'm rich. But one day I will actually be rich. You have a guilt. That's, dude. Okay, therapist Hoodie. Okay, Hoodie's therapy house. Do the bill collectors take the people around me as payment? Have you ever been synced? No, I haven't. I'm sure I did get your beat, but I closed the submissions a while ago. The money's in Snapchat. They were offering 1 million a day. What? What? I wish. Yeah, my credit actually has gone up. It's in a good place now. It wasn't last year, but it's in a good place now. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, because he said you have a guilt relationship with money. So yeah, like that describes it perfectly. And I never thought of it like that. I never thought of it like that. I feel guilty for like asking for my worth. And that's also why it's been a tough thing with these sponsorships and trying to get people to, you know, pay me. Because like last year I told myself, we're going to set these prices the way that I think they should be set, you know, what I'm worth. And we're going to do it. And then like that meant I had to say no to some people that I would normally say yes to. And it hurt. I'm like, I want to. We've worked many times before, but you know, if I don't say no at some point, nobody else is going to get the memo. They're going to just, you know, and, you know, you feel bad for telling people your worth, and you shouldn't feel like that, because if that's what you feel you're worth, how can you let somebody else tell you otherwise? That's like me. Oh, I almost, I gotta slow down. I almost said, okay. Anyway. That's like me telling, like Kanye, okay, let's say he does like $100,000 for a verse, right? And I'm like, oh, you're not worth that. You know, let me do $1,000. How about that? You know how hard he would laugh in my face? You can't dictate your worth by what somebody else tells you they're willing to pay. Unfortunately, I've made that mistake quite a few times. And after this most recent time, I vow to never do it again. I'm definitely down to like negotiate within reason, but I can't be less than halving my value. Like, I can't feel guilty for recognizing what I am worth. That's nuts. I can't feel guilty for recognizing my worth and communicating that. Why should I feel guilty for knowing what I'm worth, what my work is worth, what my expertise is worth? I've been making music 26 years. 26 years, bro? And all the money I've poured into this? And I'm letting other people tell me what I'm worth? No. Dang, bro. Preaching to myself. The time alone, if anything, I'm giving a discount. The time alone and getting that expertise, knowing what I know and being able to teach it to others. That is worth. That's priceless. That alone. Yeah. Changes are hard. Changes are very hard. But that's why you got to keep at it, keep going, and keep remembering to challenge yourself to make those changes. I'm so mad at myself. Legitimately, I'm kind of mad at myself. But it's okay. We're going to get this money. And they're going to get my worth. Yeah, I'm preaching to myself. Yeah, I should yeah. I need more merch. I have merch, but it's very, very old. It's dated. It's from like 2019, 2018. I haven't updated my merch since then. I need a graphic designer. Matter of fact, maybe this is the perfect time to use one of those Dolly or something so I can put it on like, but then I want more than just like, you know, so I got to figure out how to customize those designs. But yeah, I definitely want some merch. Some more merch. You do merch. Well, I might have to talk to you, my friend. Snap is, I mean, it's still got the younger base, so I see why they're still, you know, making money on there and still able to pay people on there. I have zero problem taking brand money, but my problem is like when they start to push back and saying, oh, we only have XXX amount of dollars, then I think, oh, well, if I tell them, well, sorry, this is my price, then they'll just be like, okay. And then I have that fear that like, dang, I'm not going to be able to pay my bills. That's the fear that just creeps up every time. And so yes, I'm the one that's saying yes, but I feel like it's like, you know, that fear of if I say no now, then, you know, I'll never get the yes, which means I'll never get paid. That's the fear that I've always had. But I'm at a point where maybe it's worth the risk now. Not maybe, it is worth the risk now. If they can't fit in the budget, then they can't fit me in. And they're just going to have to come back when the budget is there. It's a lot easier to say, Lorenzo, than to do. So you got to start doing now, okay? Yes, okay, great. Glad we had this conversation. Yeah, exactly. That's what they do. Curtis King, I watched a video where he said exactly that. He said exactly that. It's like they know that, oh, you know, if he'll do it for this amount, then yeah, you know, he needs this money. So it's like they dangle that carrot in front of your face. And I know the thing is, I know these things as it's happening. But still, my brain, it's that whole like anxious thing. And I go into panic mode and like, oh, bank account low, need money, oh. Listen, if it gets low, I will DoorDash. If it gets that low, I will literally DoorDash. I'll do Grubhub. I'll go back to what I was doing back in 2019. You guys remember those vlogs where I was recording myself DoorDashing, delivering cheeseburgers and burritos to people? And then I would go to the studio and make some music. If it comes to that, it comes to that. Hopefully it doesn't. But I have to get people to see. I'm not gonna. Oh, you. Ugh. Come on, Lorenzo. You got it. You got it. Exactly. For me, it's not even the overexcited. I don't even get overexcited anymore. Like, I've had some pretty big opportunities, and you know, in that sense, and that stuff just doesn't do anything for me because it's always like the whole exposure thing. Exposure will never sell me on anything. Ever. For me, it's usually the desperation of like, and it's the perfect storm because the AdSense is so low. Yeah, but it's got to get to a point to where I just have to keep saying no, and it is to that point. So I am very grateful, though, to the companies that do respect me and have no quarrels or questions or concerns about the rates I do charge. I appreciate you guys for working with me, continuing to work with me. Even if it is not as much as before because the price is high, I still appreciate that you pay my price. And to you, you are the GOAT. That's just the truth. I can only tell the truth. I'm Abraham Lincoln over here. I cannot tell a lie. Or was that Abraham? I almost said Abraham Washington. Oh, I already do that. I tell people I can do a lower price, but that's only if it comes with like a 3 video or 6 video deal. If it's a one-off, you're paying a one-off price. So I already do this. It's still the desperation thing kicks in when they start saying no. I have to learn not to give into the desperation. That's all it is. That's what I'm saying, dude. People like the auto-tune thing. I had Unison. What's the other one? Lyric Studio. I think I was even in a Lander one once upon a time. I was in a couple auto-tune ads. There was one that they made with my song Like You. That's the most recent one that they're running. There was the one with Stay. And then there was a few others with just like some random tutorial stuff I was doing. And then the fact that I've filmed videos in like on ABC and Times Square, and these people are doggone actors and actresses and Emmy nominated and all this crazy stuff. Bro, I'm shortchanging myself. I know it's my fault. It's partially my fault. I know, and I will accept that. But me saying it out loud, it's making it make more sense. Like, how can I agree to this stuff when I've done so much? It's not just that they're paying for some random dude on the internet. I'm not Lorenzo Legend from 2018 who has 10,000 subs. I got 160,000 people that could fill more than a stadium following me, and I have the freaking, what do they call it, repertoire, doing ads and commercials and music videos for prominent companies and people. Why am I doing this to myself? Dang. All right. That was deep. No, I haven't got my music synced yet. I'm not to get off right now. I'm not doing any more song reviews. I'm very hungry and my dog needs to be walked. Thank you, man. I'm actually going to go back to this song we heard earlier, if I remember the name of it, or who submitted it. I think it was, who was it? It was Jay. Gotta remember the name. It was the country song. I remember where he was from, so we just go off of that. This is gonna be the stream ender. Somebody from Guatemala sent in something. That's dope. Oh, I think I found it. Is this it? No, that's not it. Here we go. Yeah. And yes, please do like the stream before you head up out of here. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you guys, as always, for stopping by. The real ones, well, everybody's the real one in here. But those of you who stayed all the way to the end, I appreciate you. Those of you who submitted, free or paid, I appreciate every last one of you. It helps in either way. I mean, the free submissions, they just, hearing your music is always amazing. Hearing the talent from you guys is always amazing. And then the paid ones for the same reasons, but also the support that you give me monetarily, it does not go unnoticed. And trust me, I need to fill my gas tank on the way home. So I'm going to definitely get that PayPal card out and do that. So I appreciate you guys for helping me in that sense. New video, I don't know what it's going to be. It's probably going to be something about my new single or something, whatever. Next week, I'll be releasing a lot of shorts too. I want to get into that and start to grow my audience again, because I'm slowly seeing my subscriber count per month go up again. For a while it was going down. I was getting like at the most like 1,000 a month, and then it went down to like 250 a month, and I'm like, bro. So as I've been uploading this year, it's been going back up. Now we're back at 600 a month. So we're seeing the trend upwards, and I just appreciate all your support and helping me stay inspired. So that is it for this one. Thank you once again. I love you guys, and have a safe and fun, fulfilling weekend. Oh yeah. Enjoy.
Now one day's coming, it's hard to let them go. I'm hanging on every memory like the first time you've been a pole. There's nowhere I'd rather be, that smile's as good as gold. I gave you everything I had and a little more. But if I find myself outlined out there on the other side, I'll sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go, 'cause I want all those things I felt when I held you in mine, to sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go, I wanna know. All I wanted was to give them the life we all chasing, hand on the Bible with mud on our faces. Oh, not perfect, no. When I come pulling in from work and you run up to the truck, got me wondering in my life how'd I get so lucky. Oh, where'd all that time go? But if I find myself outlined out there on the other side, I'll sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go, 'cause I want all those things I felt when I held you in mine, to sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go, I wanna know. But if I find myself outlined out there on the other side, I'll sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go, 'cause I want all those things I felt when I held you in mine, to sit right with my soul. God, don't let me go.